Okay, folks, we're going to, it is 10 o'clock. We haven't quite got everybody, but we got the signal to begin, so we are going to begin. I want to begin by acknowledging that we're in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional, the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. We honor the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory. And I also want to acknowledge, I see in the gallery we have a former councillor and MLA, Bruce Holland, from the, who's now with the Spryfield Business Commission. Bruce, nice to see you. I want to begin by looking at the minutes of April 4th and having somebody consider moving the approval of those minutes. Moved by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Daigle-Gammon. All those in favour? Thank you. We are on Committee of the Whole. We will be going to Regional Council after Committee of the Whole. I'll ask for conflicts, declaration of conflict of interest. No. So the topic today, we began a couple of weeks ago, and this is the Policing Transformation Study Recommendation Report. It's a continuation from our last meeting. We had a presentation at that point in time. We are going to, I think, put the motion up on the screen, Madam Clerk, so people can see what it is, but we will continue the discussion. Mr. Traves, can you just speak to the importance when we're discussing this of those items which we can talk about and those that we can't? People can always talk about them in camera if they wish, but I'll just ask you to speak to that.
Yeah, I just remind members of Committee of the Whole that there are some items that were presented in camera with respect to authorities and others that and some reports that you have, obviously, that I would caution you to be careful about referring to in public.
Thank you, John. Okay, so unless there's other questions about where we are, that is where we are, and we're going to continue the conversation, and we'll go into council after we have done that. Bill Moore, who is the Executive Director of Community Safety for HRM, is at the table for any questions that people might have. All right, we will continue our discussion with the Chair of the Police Commission, Becky Kent. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to be able to speak to this again. I just want to articulate the importance of this transformation report. The content of it, I think, is really the most important piece, which is the detail on a path forward. I hope that council will look at that carefully. We do have two policing forces here that have been working in tandem for decades. When I was on council the first time, and to be frank, I think that, and since we've had this report and since our last debate, there's been a lot of conversations around the integration piece that has been successful and dropped off the way somewhere along the line. So, you know, it can be done. It can always be done better. I'm certainly open to hearing the rest of council's considerations here, but I think that from the perspective of me as a councillor, certainly I am served by both RCMP and HRP within District 3. There's a lot of merit in moving forward with the recommendation that's here. We will look at it, as wearing my Board of Police Commission hat, we'll look at it carefully at the board. The board is in receipt now of it individually, so they have lots of time to review it, and I look forward to council endorsing that it be referred to the Board of Police so we can do our due diligence and look forward to really, you know, working on the public safety aspect of it. We all have agreed on so many levels in many reports, and certainly here in council, that it takes more than just policing to create public safety. That's not news. And our community partners, our public safety office, our staff that are there, Bill Moore, the folks that are in our leadership positions now as chiefs and as RCMP allies, HRP, we have a great opportunity now to make the mark here, not only in the municipality on an approach to policing, but the rest of the nation is watching us. We can be leaders. And I think we've been leaders on a lot of levels. Yesterday's announcement that we had in Eastern Passage, Mr. Mayor, on climate and coastal restoration is an example, and we can do this in policing. I ask that, again, the consideration of the rest of council to look at this favorably, and we're ready at the Board of Police Commission to do our part and work with our partners, had lots of conversations since then, so I just see this as such a positive opportunity, and that's where we should be going on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Mason.
I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's always difficult when we have pauses in these big discussions, because I go back to our last meeting on this, there was a lot of really interesting and important considerations for us, and I appreciate all the information that was given to us so that we can make informed decisions. In my notes here, I have a couple of points that I think I just wanted to either reiterate, and maybe they've already been said, but I'll say them again because I think they were important. One was about how we facilitate change in the integration, and really looking at leadership and how we achieve that. Organizational behavior isn't always an easy path, and a lot of what we were talking about in terms of needing to rethink policing and how we better integrate our two forces, really requires a different way of thinking, and really needs to dig deep into that organizational change and behavior if we're going to be successful at this. So, I just had that we need to also take care about changes to council oversight and powers in the legislative framework. There's a lot of discussion about that across Canada right now, and I do think that there is an opportunity for us to be a leader on that and to look at our governance model. And as well, again, the province and how do we work with community services and healthcare, because so many of the things we're talking about in policing also intersect with the provincial responsibilities around community services and healthcare. And so how are those partners going to be brought to the table in this discussion? Thank you.
Your Worship, good morning. Members of Committee of the Whole, good morning. There's been ongoing discussions through the public safety strategy in relation to, for instance, the Sobering Centre. Health has been involved. The Office of Addictions have been involved. We've had recent meetings with the Deputy Minister of Department of Community Services on a number of issues in relation to homeless. So the conversations are just going to be brought farther into the discussion around the community safety function and how that function will work with the two police providers. So I guess what I would say is the discussions have begun. Now, as we, depending on the direction of the Committee of the Whole, then eventually Council, if the direction is for us to continue to moving in the space as the recommendation is, we'll bring our policing partners into those further discussions, because I'm assuming they're having discussions themselves. Now it's time for the three pieces, if you will, to come together to build to start to look at building on a more comprehensive approach.
All right, and any comments on the organizational change piece, or how we might, what it might take to make that happen?
So PwC in the report actually lays out some pieces that are required in there. I think, at least I can say in my discussions to this point, that there seems to be a readiness and a desire to have those discussions. I think your point around making sure that we have a clear plan that we can actually measure our success and measure our movement forward, including making sure if we have issues that we have an escalation process, if we have a change management process, that we have a very strong communication process. I guess using what I would suggest, very strong project management principles, so that we can actually know where we're going, gauge our progress, and then have all those ancillary pieces to be available if things start to go a little bit, because I mean, as they say, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. So, let's go with a good 75% plan with the understanding that we're probably going to tinker around with 25% of it. So when something comes up, it shouldn't be a surprise. We knew it was going to happen, and we move through those processes. So I think that's really the best way is in, and take it as an iterative, this could be a very big project, so I think we need to take it in chunks and learn how to work together first, and then once we learn how to work together, then we can take on some of the bigger pieces.
That rings true for me, the discussion around having some measurable outcomes and being able to, track our progress in this. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Just want to acknowledge that the Chief of Police, Dan Kinsella, is here. The Chief Superintendent of the RCMP, Jeff Christie, is also with us. Thank you, folks, for being here, along with Bill Moore and others. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Bill, to you and all the people who worked hard on this. I think you partially answered one of the questions that I had, which was, have we heard from the Minister of Justice? Like, has there been a response from the provincial government to this report? What's your gauge of how willing they are? Because there was a lot of assumptions made in this report that the provincial government would be willing to make some legislative changes to enable this recommendation. So that was one of my questions. And the second one's not really a question, but just to, I think it's really important to include the two chiefs in all ongoing communications and discussions from this point onward, because they are the kind of the experts of their own fields, and their input and the input of their respective organizations are imperative and I think crucial to all forward movement, changes, potential in all of these recommendations.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, thank you for the question. In relation to the province, we actually, the CIO, actually have a meeting with their Executive Director of Policing and Public Safety. She's just returned back from 5 months of maternity leave, so she was basically in contact for day one when she came back. I can't speak directly to the legislative change. I'm sure that will come up as part of the discussion when we meet with her, but I can say that my conversations with her have been very open. She is in receipt, as well as the Assistant Deputy Minister of they have the reports. They have gone through the reports. So I'll be able to gauge that a little bit better when we meet. I believe that's next week. And certainly the Chief Superintendent and the Chief will certainly be party. This was, I mean, as it was Council's direction to have the report done, so that's why we're bringing it back to Council. They were involved with the process, and once Council has given their direction on where we go, then it's all hands to the pumps, if you will, and they'll be involved for sure.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. May I have a question for our solicitor in regards to if we refer this on to the Police Commission for their debate and discussion and their review, and they come back with a recommendation to council, and we as a council don't accept that recommendation, where do we go from there? Because we, the municipality, signs the contract, not the Police Commission, with the services, be it RCMP and or our arrangements with regional police. So kind of curiosity, if this goes to the Police Commission, it comes back and what we determine an unacceptable proposition, where do we go from there?
Mr. Mayor, can you put the motion back up, please? So the motion in number 3 is to direct the CAO to meet with the board, sorry, where am I here? Number 2. The motion is to direct the CAO to meet with the board and report to council on the results of the review by the board of the study, as opposed to seeking a recommendation from the board. This will allow council to determine based on input from the board, which is consistent with many parts of the act, as opposed to leaving us in a situation potentially where you have a recommendation that is something that the council is not willing to proceed with. So I think that addresses your issue.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Mancini.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. So, Bill, my question is, I want to be clear in what the next steps are. So the next steps, as we see in the motion, if this is approved today, that it goes to the Board of Police Commission and they examine it and come back with their observations or even recommendations, that we work with the province and ask to participate in their multi-sectorial council. Also, based on Councillor Mason's motion, that we have an official ask of the RCMP federally, what is their intent, will they abide by some of the recommendations, the governance, and having the RCMP locally report to the Board of Police Commission. So those are the obvious next steps, but what else? I mean, the report has a number of action items in it. Are we going down the path to start working on those items, or is there a pause? Because there's we heard about the integration or lack of, there's cooperation and there's integration. So, there's a bit of a fear that if we go too far down the integration piece without getting some of that information from the province, from the Board of Police Commission and so on, and RCMP, that, is that going to be counterproductive? Does that cause a problem, especially on an operational point of view?
Through to the councillor. I'll certainly defer to the CAO because it's the CAO's direction in relation to this, so I don't know, see if you want to speak to that or I can.
I'll start and then you can jump in, Bill, through the mayor to the councillor. Once council passes direction and gives staff direction today, I think there are probably 4 kind of immediate steps. One is for us to draft the letter to the province to formally request participation in the committee that's referenced in the motion. The second one is to draft a formal letter to the RCMP in Nova Scotia, informing them of council's motion and asking them to confirm their commitment to participate, cooperatively, and also to invite them to put forward any ideas they might have in terms of how we move forward with exploring the recommendations that are in the PwC study. The third thing is Bill and I have discussed there probably needs to be a working group formed with senior level representation from the RCMP, from HRP, and from the Community Safety Department. So setting up that working group. And the fourth thing is something that Chair Kent from the Board of Police Commissioners and I have discussed is through the Board of Police Commissioners. Right now, our Director of Community Safety attends the meetings and sits in the back of the room, but we see community safety and the Director of Community Safety as a real opportunity to integrate and bring together HRP and RCMP to work on some of these issues under the public safety strategy. So we would like to look at making the Executive Director of Community Safety a more regular and upfront participant of Board of Police Commissioners meetings, sitting with the rest of the staff in the where the Chief of Police or the Chief Superintendent of the RCMP would be sitting also.
So you mentioned working on some of these issues. Are you referring to some of the action items that are, is that what you mean by issues?
Yes, that's correct, because I believe that there are some actions that are identified in the study already that we think are actionable, regardless of what the province is going to say in terms of what they permit us to do. There's some low-hanging fruit that we can get at without dealing with the larger, governance issues.
Is it possible to, once those low-hanging fruit are identified, is it possible that gets communicated with council?
Yes, we could provide an information report back to council on progress.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. So, Bill, do you want to add anything to that for
For the question, Your Worship, through the councillor. I mean, there are a lot of pieces on the go here that don't go directly to the recommendation as provided by PwC. I mean, we have already begun working on aligning some of the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations and how they would fit in. We have the public safety strategy. By the very design of some of the pieces being delivered will involve both HRP and the RCMP in the discussion on those pieces. So there are a number of I'll call it intersection points that will be worked on. If we did not have this report, they would still be worked on.
Right.
So what we're doing is, and then I think the piece, obviously in the PwC report, it mentioned that was being written in the shadow of the mass casualty. So we now have mass casualty information. The piece as to Councillor Purdy's question around the province is that discussion around where is the province in relation to this. So I think that will help flesh out the environment in which we're working in, and then subject to the responses from the letters and the like, that will set the table for us to be able to make decisions on how deep we need to go in the next little while.
And I do have questions about operational. but we can't have that in
Mancini,
public. Sorry.
I'll get you to come back if.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keep
I
going.
thought, sure, yeah.
Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Bill. Sorry, we were, several of us were late this morning. There was a bad day on Magazine Hill, and I'm not quite sure why, but anyway. So there were a few of them. I blame Dartmouth, of course, but so this may have been touched on, but I wanted, so first of all, when the Auditor General does a report sort of on a situation, the parties involved get a chance to officially respond, if you will, to the recommendations and suggestions. And we heard, I think, to the disappointment of some of us, that perhaps the chief and the chief superintendent weren't as involved with this report as they might have been in some situations. So I'm just wondering if at the police commission or subsequent to this today, so this is my first question, do the chief and the chief superintendent get a chance to respond to this? Because I mean, I've been talking to some people subsequent to the report in our previous meeting, and they're saying, well, you know, Tim, that was all true in that report, but here's what happens, here's the real story. Here's what happens on a daily basis. Here's what doesn't happen on a daily basis. So when do we get a chance to have input, if you will, officially from the chief and chief superintendent, or the HRP and RCMP? The second thing is then and I may have missed how we addressed this, but when we discussed this last time, there was a motion or an amendment, I thought, that talked about 18 months. And that this would come back to, you know, go off, try and integrate, be better, do better, we're expecting better, and give us an update in 18 months. Where does that, and why is that not in this motion? Yeah. So it's missing here, I think.
Yeah, was it your motion, Councillor Mason's motion? Yeah. But it was passed.
Yes,
Okay.
it was passed. We can check the minutes and we'll amend.
So we may need
The
to
motion
amend this motion,
accordingly.
is my question.
No,
But you said it was
it's
passed?
already passed. It's been amended. We
Oh,
just
I
have
see,
to
all
update
right.
it.
So it's a separate motion to this, so it doesn't need to be in this motion, but who?
No, it needs to be in this motion. We
does need
we
to
just have to update.
Okay, so, fine. So then I'll wait to see what staff comes up on that. It just sort of jumped out at me. But the other question was the official comment or responses back from our police forces. Yeah.
Through the councillor. Certainly, I mean, as mentioned, both HRP and the RCMP were active participants in the report. It was written in a point in time.
Okay.
And there was a large document upload from both organizations for PwC. The report, this is the first step because it was a motion of council to bring it back to council. Both agencies were provided with an embargo copy prior to it coming to council. And I think once council provides their direction here, that would be certainly part of the discussion, sitting down and having a deeper conversation. And I certainly accept that that report was written at a point in time.
Yeah.
And that things have changed over that time period. And so certainly it wasn't written with the purpose of keeping them out of the report.
Right.
But there was a level of interaction, and that interaction was gauged to a great degree by PwC's process as laid out in their RFP.
Okay. I guess I'm more used to
sort of the Auditor General's approach, where we would say, okay, well, we've reviewed this, we agree, we don't agree, this is what we've done, this is what we won't do, this is what we can't do. So there will be a time for that sort of input to the Police Commission or somebody. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Kind of want to round this out a little bit with a couple of reinforcements to some of the comments made. I think that just need to remind council that the Board of Police Commission is there to govern whatever police model is here. This chamber decides, this municipality, we decide what policing will look like. The Board of Police Commission will adjust and you know, respond to that and you know, embrace whatever council decision is made. It's still important that, given our experience at the board, working with two police forces and insight into the kinds of policy decision-making and governance improvements that we will have to make. We look forward to the opportunity to really have a deep dive into this review. So that as Kathy had, CAO had spoke to it, I certainly want to reaffirm that as the chair leading the team of the Board of Police Commission. The other piece is that, and Bill, you spoke to it, is, and I've often spoke to it, is that we have decisions to make around this. We just spoke to the 18 months. I think that we can create a really good path to process that, bringing reports back to council. However, we still have a lot of work to do in between. We have a model now. We have to continue to reinforce the good work of the models that we have. We have all these intersecting reports that have low-hanging fruit, as Kathy had termed it. We have things that we can adjust and reflect on now and make improvements. This report, frankly, is a really good one of those steps that this council is taking seriously and can take seriously around a number of the pieces that have been noted in the mass casualty report and in the many different the defund report, the Wortley report, the different things that are at play. We have an obligation, in my view, to work on that now, as well as waiting to see where this goes. So I just want to remind council that there's things that we're going to do now that will lead into the success of whatever decision is made at a later date. And I think that's our responsibility, and I'm prepared to work hard on it from a Board of Police Commission's perspective and from council. So I look forward to, you know, again, the opportunities to hear from you, not only in this chamber, but offline as well, because the dialogue should continue. We have a lot to do, and I think we have all the right partners in place right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Diego Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and the report. Thank you, Councillor Odet. I was wondering where the 18 months went to, so I was glad to see that fourth bullet come up. Just to have an appreciation for the work that is before the Board of Police Commissioners, where does this report fit in the climate of how many other reports and information is coming to the Board of Police Commissioners around the status of policing in HRM? And I guess the other thing I want to try to figure out is what priority. I know we've got 18 months in here, but when you think about all of those other reports and all those other recommendations, going back to the Wortley report, how do you prioritize which report, which recommendations? I'm glad that the Board of Police Commissioners is now resourced a little bit, but is that one of the tasks that's going to be before the Board of Police Commissioners to actually make that strategic plan that says, here's this report, this recommendation, and here's how we fit it in a timeline?
Thank you for your question, Your Worship, through to the councillor. So the answer is that yes, we've been working at literally sitting down with the defund report, the Wortley report, the mass casualty report, the public safety strategy, and the policing transformation study. And
So we got 5.
So there's 5. So there is alignment in a number of pieces that are in there. So what we're trying to do is create, the term we came up with, buckets, some buckets that we'll be able to, and I'll certainly defer to the chair of the police commission, but it's my understanding that that will become an information piece for the board as they work towards creating their strategic plan, and so that decision on what's going to get worked on will become a responsibility of the board to provide directions to staff. But we're trying to lay those pieces out so that we're not drinking from a fire hose, quite frankly.
Right.
With the 130 recommendations, I mean, there are pieces that say the same thing, so rather than reporting on 5 different pieces at 5 different times, we're going to report once and then copy and paste it 4 more times, so we can get an idea of what's going to be done and what's not going to be done.
Thank you.
If I could add to that.
CAO.
Also, I would add that the Board of Police Commissioners will be having a strategic planning session, to look at priorities for next year. And the Board of Police Commissioners, staff will be relying heavily on them to help us prioritize the order of work that gets done and the priorities that get done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What happened earlier when Councillor Outhit, who I thank very much for noting that we hadn't actually put the amendment on the floor, and I said with such being wrong with enthusiasm, as House has just described to me, I'm like, no, we passed that, and we all remember it, but we just, time has passed. So I move, following the amendment, that we add item 4, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to report back to Council in 18 months regarding the viability of achieving an integrated police model with recommendations for next step.
Second.
And yeah, to me, based on what we've heard from staff and the CAO, from Bill, and especially in the CAO, is it's going to take some time to work through this. And we're talking about 2 other orders of government that are going to need to be heavily consulted, and they're not going to move quickly. So, the question is, how quickly are we going to be able to get to this? And I think 18 months is a reasonable time frame. And I use those words quite deliberately, right? If at the end of 18 months, we need to know, we need to have an endpoint. At the end of 18 months, are we actually going to be able to do a more integrated force or not? That's what we need to know. And if not, then we have to make decisions based on that knowledge. I think it's important that the other orders of government know that that's what we're aiming for, that within 18 months, we want to have that information so that we can make our next series of decisions. I hope that it goes the way that the report recommends, but what I'm worried about is that this could just play out for a very, very long time without us being able to resolve this and have a decision, be in a position to make a decision and move forward on the policing model. So I ask for your support for this thing we all thought we'd already passed. Thank you.
Okay, we need to vote on that. Ready for the question, colleagues? That passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Mancini, will you? Yeah, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to follow up on the item that Councillor Outhit brought up, what happens on a daily basis. So that's really that operational stuff, and that's what we don't know, and we can't discuss that in public for obvious reasons, for safety reasons. So I don't know, at some point in time, we may have that conversation, because I think it's important that we were able to ask both chiefs. Interesting, I mean this respectfully. I look at the both chiefs up there. Could they be further apart from each other in the chambers? We're talking about cooperation. I mean, yeah. I want to be clear once again. I stated it last time. This report is missing the key element of my motion originally. The key element of my motion was, is this dual police system that we have now in place the right one for 2023 and as we move forward? So that's really not answered. It's telling us it's not integrated, and many of us understood that already, and there's lots of action in here. And there's some low-hanging fruit, as the CAO mentions, that we can work on. But really, the real work, until we hear back from the province and the RCMP, is yet to be determined. What I was looking for, is this the right model? Should the model continue as a dual policing model? Or should it be a variation of the policing model where we reduce the RCMP? Or should it be a single police force, whether that's HRP or RCMP? that's not answered in this report. I believe, and we need to answer that question, and maybe in 18 months' time, we'll have enough information to go down that path. So I support the motion that's on the floor. I'm still looking to get answers to those questions, but at some point in time, I'm hoping to. I see the CAO jumping in.
My opinion, or my read of the report, is that it does answer the question to the best level possible with the detail available now. And it is concluding that our dual model is not the best model. So I think it answers, the way we're operating now is not the best model. You know, it either needs to be a truly integrated model, or it needs to be a single service within the municipality.
And I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So I support the motion. I trust colleagues will support the motion that's on the floor. Thank you. Call for the question.
Okay. Is there anybody else on this? So we have a motion on the floor that's been amended. Are we ready for the question, colleagues? That motion carries. Let me at this point thank our team. I want to thank Bill. I want to thank Dr. Siciliano. I want to thank everybody who's worked on this file for us, the Chief Inspector, the Chief. I want to thank everybody who's the consultants who put a lot of work into this as well. So it's a lot of work. The work continues. So thank you all very much. All right, colleagues, that is what we were talking about. I'll accept an adjournment, and then we will just take 5 minutes, okay? We've all booked the morning off. Shall we go right into council in 5 minutes? So we'll take 5 minutes to just let the clerk's table move everything over. Does somebody want to suggest that we adjourn and reconnect in council? Thank you, Councillor Cuttle, seconded by Councillor Russell. All in favor? We will adjourn. See you shortly. Okay. Thank you, Boyd. All right, colleagues, we'll just take a moment of silence before we begin our meeting. Thank you. All right, folks, good morning. May the 9th, 2023, I want to once again acknowledge that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional, unceded land of the Mi'kmaq people. We honor the peace and friendship treaties that were signed years ago in this territory between the Mi'kmaq and the Crown. And as well, we honor the centuries-long, 4 centuries-long arrival and living in this community of the strong African-Canadian population and their contributions as well. I want to just acknowledge as well that we will be having Citizenship Awards tonight, which is a fun event at 6 o'clock. I look forward to that. Some of the bright young folks in our community. As we go to community announcements and acknowledgements, this is not going to be the first time, I don't think, that you're going to see this, looking at one of our councillors. But I want to acknowledge the ECMAs that were here this last weekend, which were really special. There was a ton of people that got awards, including Jamila, who folks will remember came here and sang the Pan-African National Anthem at the beginning of African Heritage Month. But also under the category of to be seen again, I am sure, Dali Van Gogh, who won in the nominated a couple of times, won in the category of loud music category. I'm sure Councillor Mason, as a music aficionado in the local scene, can confirm that they're a loud music group. Anyway, congratulations to whoever it is on council who has a connection, but I think we'll hear about it again. But the ECMAs were really a lot of fun. I want to thank Andy McLean. I want to thank the local co-chairs of the local committee, which was Nancy Regan and Pam Glode DeRosier, Andre Gracie, who always does a great job, Corinne McClellan. It was a lot of fun for the city. And of course, coming up in March of next year, we're going to host the Junos as well. So lots of good music stuff happening. All right, community announcements and acknowledgements. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Coming up on Thursday, May 11th at 7 o'clock in Sheet Harbor Lions Center, there'll be a community meeting discussing the urgent care center. We're having the conversion of the Eastern Shore Memorial Hospital services there, so it's an important community meeting to discuss that. Coming up on Friday, May the 12th at 7 o'clock, or 6 o'clock, there'll be a Cape Breton Relief Bingo being held by Lake Echo Lions, the Lake Echo Community Center, to help the Cape Breton community savaged by Fiona. We'll look for support there. This week is Emergency Preparedness Week from May 7th to 13th, and on Saturday, May the 13th, from 10 o'clock in the morning till 1 in the afternoon, there'll be the GEM Jamboree, the Joint Emergency Management Jamboree, a parade of partners at the Porters Lake Superstore, where we have displays of all our emergency prepared services there. It's a great opportunity to meet folks there in regards to our local community services organizations that help prepare communities in a time of need. And also the first 100 civic signs for people needing civic address signs will be available for free, courtesy of the local councillor. And on May the 14th, Mother's Day, I wish my mother happy Mother's Day, and all the mothers out there a very blessed day. And the following week is Bird Week in Nova Scotia, and we're trying to be a bird-friendly municipality. There's a number of bird walks being scheduled by other councillors. I'll be having one on Saturday, May the 20th at 9 a.m. on the Gatesbrook Trail, starting from the parking lot at the Exit 20 Motch Drive area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just want to say, it is I who am a very proud mother. I'm not quite sure where the best loud came from, probably from his father. May not have been from me, but yeah, I'm really pleased to be able to congratulate Dally Van Gogh. My son, Isaac, has been working on with this band for, well, he's a founding member of it, and right now currently has his production studio in my basement, but I'm just looking beyond the chaos and to see the smile and the joy on their faces. These young people's lives ahead of them are exciting. Already things are happening, and yeah, it's hard not to be proud and say, yeah, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, as well. Gave him a shout out before the show, and Isaac heard it, and he was tickled pink. So thanks for sharing the joy.
Yeah, congratulations, Councillor, and to all the members of the band. Well done, well earned. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things that I'd like to draw council's attention to. First is the Lucasville Greenway Walk and Fun Day is coming up on June the 10th. It starts at 10 o'clock in the morning, goes all day long. There's going to be games and there's music. They've got live band, DJ. They've got barbecue going on. And it all takes place at the Wallace Lucas Community Center as a fundraiser for the Lucasville Greenway project. Also want to draw your attention to the fact that it is National Nursing Week. And the theme this year is Our Nurses, Our Future. And that plays very well into the fact that a lot of nurses graduating this week from Dalhousie University, from St. FX. And so congratulations to all of our nursing grads, and in particular, my favorite nurse, Bronwyn Heighton, who just graduated with her trauma certificate, so now she is a certified ER and trauma nurse in Prince Edward Island. So congratulations to all of our nurses. Thank you.
That's great. Is your daughter now back number one on the list?
Yes, she is. Yeah, she called, so she's back up number one. It's all good.
Well earned. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, I'd like to take an opportunity to acknowledge two of our employees, Alex Quinn, who's a construction manager, project manager for Parks, and Adrian Meisner, who's a contract supervisor for Parks projects. I worked with these two guys on several projects over the years, and right now working on a number of projects in District 6. These guys are just outstanding, you know. Madam CAO, they're concerned about the taxpaying dollars. They're concerned about meeting deadlines. They're making sure our contractors are meeting the requirements to do the work. They really care about these projects, and we're working on a project right now in Shuby Park, and these guys are all over it and making sure we're getting every bang for our buck. So I just want to acknowledge the work of those two gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to acknowledge the three athletes from St. Mary's Huskies football team who were invited to the East-West for this coming weekend, this game. One of them, my son, Caleb Purdy, and also Liam Stewart and Isaiah, it just left here his last name, but three boys. So we'll be up there this weekend cheering on our SMU Huskies football players and hoping for the best.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to give a big shout out to everyone in District 11 who has organized a community cleanup. Litter and illegal dumping remain major issues, not only in the communities of District 11, but I believe across many communities in HRM. And without the volunteers who organize these cleanups each spring, our communities would be a real mess. So there was an extraordinary effort put in this past weekend, organized by Lauren from Governor's Brook for the third annual Governor's Brook Community Cleanup. And I just want to thank all those who participated in that cleanup for for doing what you do, and it makes a real difference in our communities. So thank you very much. I also want to note that the SS Atlantic Gala is this Friday. I believe, Mr. Mayor, you'll be attending that, and I look forward to seeing you there. And I want to extend an invite to all my other council colleagues. It is a really important anniversary of this significant event, this tragedy that happened in our city, in our municipality, and there's a great lineup of both storytelling and music on the 12th, and I would love to have you all join me there. And I'll also be hosting a bird walk. Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby, for mentioning that. I know there are several going on, but I'll be hosting one on Monday, May 15th at 1:30 p.m. In the Purcell's Cove Backlands. If you haven't been, it will be a great opportunity to explore that area of our city, and also it will be hosted by Fulton Lavender, who is a renowned birder, and it will be interesting experience and adventure on many different levels. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. As we all know around this table, the HRM Volunteer Awards were handed out on April 19th. We have the brochure here. And I would like to congratulate Kaylin Robinson, Buddy Crandall, Janie Hughes, Verna Jonason, and Kathy Nixon for being recognized as volunteers by HRM. I didn't mention this during the last council meeting because there was another volunteer recognition ceremony coming up, and this happened this past week on Wednesday evening, and this is the Sackville Volunteer of the Year recognition dinner. This has been an annual event going on for 40 years and was put on hold because of COVID, and so it has now been restarted. So on Wednesday, we recognized Diane Dawn, Nick Hodgson, Jim McLean, Jim and Ann Greeno, Sheila King, Nancy Archibald, Patrick Bowers, Angela Emerson, Downey, Pat Cathcart, Rolly Johnson, Rita Connors, Mary Marson, Freya Kaiser, Bruce Colburn, Lion Dale Clark, Judy Whedon, and Carol Oliver, so congratulations to all of them. This past weekend was also the Battle of the Atlantic Sunday. And this is a time, Krista, if you wouldn't mind putting that slide up. This is a time when around the country we recognize the war that was fought, the longest continuous military campaign of the Second World War that was fought. And this is a picture of the Sackville Cenotaph that was lit up on Saturday evening, bathed in blue, under guard by the cadets in the front, and then on Sunday morning, we had the service there. It was an incredibly touching event. So thank you very much for that, Krista. Just before Christmas, the mayor and I also signed a card for Sophia in Sackville, who was a 10-year-old girl who was battling cancer, and she passed away on May 6th. It was a long and hard-fought battle, and there were signs of hope about how long she was able to stay with us, but she eventually succumbed to it. So just thinking of Sophia on this day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two announcements. One, I hope folks had an opportunity to participate in the James Walks that happened this weekend. I had opportunity to participate in one that was led by Melina in Hope, her guide dog. And if you're not sure who Melina is, she's an advocate for those who are blind and partially sighted, and has been an advocate for many years, and I'm sure many of us have received emails from her. And her walk was called What You Can't See in District 8. So me and my daughter had an opportunity to go around the district, taking turns of trying to navigate the district with blindfolds on to mimic if we were blind or partially sighted. And it was very interesting. I was a good guide, and then my daughter was not a good guide. I hit a couple curves and tripped a couple times, but it was great to have that experience and learn and get some tips and tricks from Melina to help support those who may need help navigating around. So I hope folks had an opportunity to take part in some of the other Jane walks that happened around. And also happening on Saturday, May 13th is Open City North End Halifax over Goddardson Street and Agricola Street from 12 to 4. Vendors, food, music, fun activities, all ages for anyone that is interested. So you can go on, look up Open City Halifax or go on the North End Business Association website for more information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the others mentioned about Bird Week, and it reminded me that we're also for the birds in Bedford, and we are going to, I'm going to be helping with a guided bird walk tour on the Bedford-Sackville Greenway at 9 a.m. on Monday, May the 15th. Hope to see people there. I'll be socializing that on social media as well, but it reminded me when others mentioned it, so thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gamble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to attend the launch of Asian Heritage Month and bring the proclamation. It was an amazing experience. 2.5-hour cultural experience of music and dance and the most interesting, enjoyable people to spend 2.5 hours with. So at Pier 21. So thank you very much for that. There is the AGM for the Carroll's Corner Community Center, excuse me, on May 16th. And the Bird Walk in Waverly is at the McDonald Sports Park on May 18th at 9 o'clock, which is great. And I want to give a shout out today to Jason Tobin, one of our staff with Public Works. He had a rather unpleasant experience this morning, and I think sometimes their jobs are a little bit thankless. He did a great piece of work for someone in the district, but it wasn't as appreciated as much as it maybe should have been. And so thank you, Jason, for being so patient, so tolerant, and such a great job for us in our district. So thank you, Jason.
Thank you for that. Okay. I want to, since we're sort of looking back on some of the things we've been, I want to acknowledge a few things. We're into busy weekends this last week, and appreciate those who've taken events that I couldn't get to as mayor. But they were all inspiring. But there was a couple that I found really impressive. One was yesterday morning. We had a walk from Myaloma in Bissett Lake Park, and it was inspired by a gentleman by the name of Justin Moore, whose father passed away from myeloma at the age of 66. So he started, this was the first one, and it was very cool. His mom was there, and there was a large turnout of people. So Justin, it's pretty easy to go and be part of something like that when you see somebody just take something so tragic in their own life and turn it into a community benefit for others. I also had the pleasure of joining Councillor Austin at the Penhorn Lake Area Trail Association. And I mention them because they've been at this for, I think, 10 years, Sam? Yeah, 2008, so 15 years. And they worked with our staff and have officially opened the trail around Penhorn Lake, which is kind of cool. For me, it was special because my wife came with me because that's where she grew up and used to hang there before they had a trail. And so I want to congratulate the folks at the Penhorn Lake area. And I also want to wish best wishes to the Bangladeshi community in HRM. Councillor Mancini and I joined the Bangla Week celebrations on Sunday. It was awesome, a cultural display, and Councillor Mancini ate most of the food that was put on the table for us. So it was pretty cool. And I'll also just acknowledge tonight is the big event for Literacy Nova Scotia. I'll be going there after the Citizenship Awards. We have a guest speaker who's pretty cool, Craig Wright, I believe his name is. But I want to thank Glenn Copeland, Lockheed Martin. A number of years ago when they had the first dinner, they asked me to help out, and I called Glenn Copeland. And he contributed that year, and every year since, a significant amount of money toward this cause. So, and I appreciate him tonight, and I'll have the opportunity to introduce Glenn tonight, who's a great guy who is with Lockheed Martin. All right, thank you all. Let's move ahead. Somebody want to look at the approval of the minutes of the 25th of April? Moved by Councillor Blackburn, seconded by Councillor Cuttle. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The order of business, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have one addition, item 18.1, ratification of Committee of the Whole Policing Transformation Study Recommendation Report, and there are no deletions.
We're all okay to add 18.1, completing our work from this morning. Seeing no objections, thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to request that we defer item 15.1.11 until the June 6th council meeting. The reason for my request is that I have some questions from staff about consultation with neighboring communities, and it's raised some concern over representation and engagement. The other area councillor connected to this motion, Councillor Stoddard, is not here today, and I believe it's only right we defer until we are both able to be here.
So Councillor Cuttle wants to take off consent, I would say, and defer 15.111, 15.110, 15.111?
15.111, which is the Beachville and Area Community Boundary Project.
Okay. Councillor Cuttle wishes to take off consent and defer 15.111. Is everybody okay with that? Maybe we should have a vote on that. Will somebody second that? Seconded by Councillor Morse. Let's have a vote. Councillor Smith, so just on that, so it's on the floor. Councillor Daigle-Gammon first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could bring forward information item 11, accessibility strategy updates to the next meeting, please.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that after we voted on this motion, but that's fine. Councillor Smith on the deferral of 15.111.
Yeah, thank you. So, and Councillor Cuttle might not have the answer to this, because I don't remember receiving anything from Councillor Stoddard that she wants us to defer this. And I know we have folks from the audience here today. So my two questions are, and I don't know if anyone here can answer that. One is, does 15.110 connect to 15.111 in a way that if we defer one and discuss the other one, does it affect it? And maybe staff can answer that. And the other question, which I don't know if anyone can answer, is did Councillor Stoddard actually want this deferred? Because we didn't get anything from her, and she didn't ask us to be, just both of them to be removed from the consent agenda either.
Okay, so first of all, I don't know if the CIO, if it's fair to ask you if you know anything about that, because we will have Councillor Cuttle speak to it as well.
My understanding is they're together for convenience, so community members wouldn't have to attend twice.
Okay.
But the reports themselves aren't linked. So 15.110 could still go today.
Okay.
Okay, and the other question, will Councillor Cuttle speak to? Councillor Kent on this? No, Councillor Cuttle.
Just to try to answer some of Councillor Smith's concerns. In both cases, the boundary actually comes into District 11, so this is both something for Councillor Stoddard and for myself. It affects both of our communities in both of our districts. I did try to get in touch with Councillor Stoddard, but was unable to. The thing is that I'll remove it from consent for debate, and I just don't think that it's fair to remove it for debate without the other area councillor here. All right.
So that motion is on the floor, so it's to remove 15.111, it's to defer 15.111 to the next meeting. It would mean 15.110 would go ahead today, correct? Anything else on that? Yes, Councillor Russell.
I'm wondering if it would make sense to move that up in the agenda because we have community members who are here on that report.
So far, it's on, it's not deferred. 15.110 is still on consent.
But 15.111.
Yeah, let's deal with 15.111, and then we can come back and deal with 15.110 if it's council's wish. Councillor Kent, you're on something else?
Take my name off.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to defer 15.111 to the next meeting. You ready for the question, colleagues? Sorry? Till June 6th, okay. Ready for the question. Okay, so that has happened. Let's then go back to 15-110, Councillor Russell.
That was simply going to move up 15-111, sorry.
I'm sorry, what's that? So you want to take off 15-110 from consent and move it up? No?
No.
Okay. All right. Anybody else on the agenda? No? Okay. All right. So on the order of business as amended, Councillor Mason moves. Seconded, Councillor Russell. All those in favor of the order of business as amended? Aye. Opposed? That's the order of business. Consent agenda. Councillor Daigle, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this where I bring forward information item 11 for the accessibility?
We could have done that
study?
after the
Okay.
move. This is fine, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So we could bring forward information item 11.
Yeah, we will
Next
do that to the next meeting. We don't need to vote on that. That's been
No?
asked for. We can do that. That'll be brought forward.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk's table heard that. Got that. Consent agenda. Councillor Mason moves the consent agenda without amendment. Second by Councillor Russell.
This is where we need to make a note that 15-111 is.
So the consent agenda is moved with the exception of 15-111, which has been deferred to the next meeting. Moved by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Russell. Ready for the question? That's carried. Thank you. I will just read those items which have been deemed passed by consent. 15-12. That's the revitalization of Sackville Sports Stadium. 15-17. That is the Autoport Avenue declaration of surplus property. 15-110 is on consent, and that is the Beachville Community Planning Phase 1 has passed by consent. 15-21, the Rehab Lands Park Plan. 15-51, traffic diversion, short-term and long-term road closures. 15-6-1, Heritage Advisory, 1206 Roby Street. 15-6-2, deregistration of a parcel, Old Sackville Road, Middle Sackville. So those items are all deemed passed on consent and voted on as such. Business arising from the minutes. Calls for declaration of conflict of interest. Motions of reconsideration, none. Motions of rescission, none. Deferred business, none. Tabled matters, none. We do not have a public hearing today. Correspondence, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, we have correspondence was received for 15-110 and 15-21 and has been distributed to Regional Council.
Thank you. 13.2 petitions, colleagues. No petitions. Information items brought forward. We have none. We go to reports. 15-11 is the African Descent Advisory Committee and the Administrative Order Women's Advisory Committee. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council, one, adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2019004, Gov respecting the Women's Advisory Committee as outlined attached in one staff report dated March 25th, 2023. Two, adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2012004, Gov African Descent Advisory Committee as outlined in Attachment 2, staff report dated March 25th, 2023. Contingent on recommendations 1 and 2 being approved, it is further recommended that Halifax Regional Council suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 6 Administrative Order 1, Executive Standing Committee terms of reference, requiring the Executive Standing Committee to review the nominations outlined in staff report dated March 25th, 2023, and 3A, appoint one member of council to Women's Advisory Committee for a term to the end of council term, and V, appoint one member of the African Descent Advisory Committee for a term to the end of council term.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So do we, at this point, have to put a council member's name forward for each of these committees? Oh. Okay.
Yes, council would pass items number 1 and 2, and then subsequent to that, be looking to appoint a member of council to each of the committees.
Okay, so I'll call for the question on 1 and 2, and then maybe come back, I guess.
Okay, so is it okay to vote on 1 and 2 and then come back to 3? If there's no other discussion, we will vote together on 1 and 2, and then look at 3 and 4, or 3 and A and B. Ready for the question on 1 and 2? Motion. Thank you, that passes. All right, colleagues, number 3A, is there any discussion on 3A? Councillor Smith?
I'll pass it to Councillor Kent. Yep.
Understand what we're doing here with this one. Are we looking for someone to raise their interest?
Yep.
I'd be interested in this one.
Okay. Why don't I go to Councillor Blackburn for the nomination then? Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I'll nominate Councillor Kent for the position on the Women's Advisory Committee. I just finished my term in that committee, and they are doing some great work. I think you'll really enjoy your time with the chair, Jane, and the group. Thank you.
So Councillor Blackburn, seconded by Councillor Outhitt, nominates Councillor Kent. I'm seeing a fair bit of opposition to that as I look around. No, there's no discussion on that. Ready for the question on that? That'll be 3A. That's carried. Thank you, and congratulations, Councillor Kent. And I'll echo what Councillor Blackburn said. The Women's Advisory are doing some really cool work, really thoughtful, and appreciate their work, and you'll enjoy that. On 3B, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to nominate Lindell Smith.
Councillor Smith's been nominated to serve on the African Descent Advisory Committee, seconded by Councillor Mancini. Is there any other discussion on that? Ready for the question. Carried, thank you. Okay, so that brings that to a close. 15.1.2, revitalization of Sackville Sports Stadium is deemed passed on consent. 15.1.3 is proposed amendments respecting fees for the use of solid waste management. These are tip fee increases, commercial compost. Council, what is your wish? Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I put the following motion on the floor. The Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 16, the solid waste fees administrative order as set out in Attachment B of the staff report dated April 26, 2023, with an effective date of July 2023. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Is staff here?
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, good morning, Shannon, how are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
Good, thank you. I just want to be clear, so those watching are not confusing these tip fees with C&D and things of that sort. What we're talking about here is commercial waste, organics, and the whole intent here of this is to divert from the landfill, and the idea is that it's cheaper than going to the landfill by even with the raising the tip fees, correct? That's the objective here, right?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Shannon Betts, team lead for policy and enforcement with Solid Waste Resources. Yes, so this tip fee adjustment is specific to the composting facilities. We have 2 facilities where organic material is delivered at the moment, and that tip fee is currently lower than that for taking material to the landfill for disposal.
No, and I just want to make sure, colleagues, that when we talk about raising tip fees, again, the concern is always, is this going to impact illegal dumping? This is a different product that we're talking about. It's the organics, which is not the issue, correct, Shannon? Just wanted to make sure everyone's clear on that. Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah. So I support the motion and the raising of these fees for organics. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? That is passed. Thank you. Councillor, 15.1.4, this is incentive bonus zoning for 1266 Barrington Street. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt and authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into and execute the incentive or bonus zoning agreement, which shall be substantially be of the same form as set out in attachment 2 of the staff report dated April 27th, 2023 for a 10-story mixed-use development at 1266 Barrington Street, Halifax.
Second, Councillor Cuttle. Councillor Mason.
It's been so interesting seeing the uptake on the heritage incentives that come with these development agreements in the last little while. The site we're talking about here is the Waverly Inn. That building has been moving along for some time, but when you go into the inside, it's actually amazingly well preserved. And the proponents of this development intend to restore it on the outside, the breakfast nook that's been covered over for about 2 decades, and a whole bunch of other features as a part of this incentive bonus zone agreement. It's also going to create a new apartment building on top of what's currently surface parking on one of the busiest streets in Halifax. So I really have to thank them for coming forward with this. I think it's really good work. I'd like to thank staff for diligently promoting the density or the development agreement process with Heritage and the success we're seeing in the old south suburb. And I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Ready for the question, colleagues? Motion is carried. Thank you. Just allow me a second to acknowledge the longtime owners of the Waverly Inn, who I've known for decades, the Leventhal's, Abe and Elaine, who were great community members here for many, many years, including having one of the best Christmas display of lights of anybody. 15.1.5, this is to repeal the Downtown Halifax Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy Land Use Bylaw, including the Downtown Halifax transition sites and the regional center. Councillor, what is your wish? Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to, 1, initiate a process to consider amendments to the Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw, and repeal the Downtown Halifax Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw to fully consolidate the Downtown Halifax Plan Area into a Regional Center Plan Area and to address the housekeeping matters that may be identified, and 2, follow the public participation program for the Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy and related land use bylaw amendments as set out in community engagement section of the staff report dated April 27th, 2023. I so move.
Second, Councillor Blackburn. Thank you. Councillor Mason.
I have a question for staff. So this isn't first reading like I kind of started to think it was. So I think that I know the answer, but my concern is around 1565 Granville Street, PID 0003954. So moving forward with this today would not be the same as first reading and advertisement for new land use bylaws. The proponents on that site would be able to continue. They're in a race against time. I'll say to council, they're in a race against time at what we still refer to, despite it having been gone for 15 years, the Tex Park site, where a common two-step with the site plan approval is you get your development approval, you come in to do your building permit approval, you spend several $100,000 doing a floor-by-floor plan, you realize there's certain things that you got in your development approval that are hard to do or impossible to do because of the National Building Code. You apply for an updated development permit, and the problem is that we're going to completely change what the building would be able to look like if when we go ahead and bring this into the center plan. So my question for staff is, when will this actually come back to council, and when would we be asked to consider first reading? Because I've been trying for the entire time I've been here to get the Tex Park site developed, and I think we're the closest we've ever been. So I don't want to delay that in any way.
Good day.
Good morning. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the local councillor for his question. So this project has a condition, and the condition is that this case cannot proceed until the downtown Halifax Heritage Conservation District is fully approved. As soon as the Heritage Conservation District is included in part of the Senate plan document, then staff will come back for the request for first reading for the Regional Council.
Right. So, but what is the timing on that? Because my understanding is that there is a application in right now under the current rules as they stand, and that it's a bit of a race against time. That the proponents for that site for 1565 Granville Street need to get a development approval under the current rules before we change the rules. So the question is, they believe that they're going to, and staff have told them that they believe that that process can conclude by fall. When do we anticipate this would come back? We're initiating a process here. When do we believe this would come back to council? I'm looking for comfort that these timelines are going to line up and that we're not going to end up in conflict, because otherwise we're going to have the developer in here, council, begging us to carve out this one property and continue with the old land use bylaw, which we really don't want to do either. So what is the timing on getting us back here?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, again for the question. So should council initiate this project, staff will start engaging directly with the landowner right away, as soon as this month. And then, and also to note that the staff has been working closely with the landowner already. They received a letter in April 2021. We reminded them again that this is coming up in November 2022. So the landowners acknowledges that the change is coming already. So we will talk more with the landowner in the next, minimum 60 days, possibly more. But so this process wouldn't take more than 2-3 months, but then again, the condition is that this project has to wait until the downtown Halifax Heritage Conservation District is fully approved.
Okay, so the project that's underway right now would require, I'm sorry, I see Cash is coming forward, because I think the issue is the current project needs to be under the old rules, not the new rules. So could I get some clarification on that? Because I'm inclined, based on what I'm hearing, to say let's just approve it, and hopefully we don't have to do a carve out at the late stage of first reading, but.
Through Mr. Mayor to the Council, Kasia Tota, Manager of Community Planning. So our understanding right now is that HCD project is anticipated to go to the first committee, Heritage Advisor Committee, likely in June. And that will take us several months to go through Regional Council and get ministerial approval. So it would likely be the fall when they can get approval. So I think we're going to be coordinating closely, but we don't anticipate being back till like probably mid to late fall. It would be nice to wrap up the process by end of the year, as there have been a number of extensions, but we will coordinate very closely.
Understood. So with that understanding that there is still time to make those needed changes, I ask for council support. Thank you, staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ken, could you just identify yourself for council and the many who are watching at home?
My apologies. apology. My name is Byung-Jun Kang, Planners 3 with the Planning and Development Regional Center team.
Thank you. Nice to have you with us. Thank you, Kasia. Ready for the question, colleagues? Vote passed. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Thank you, Councillor Mason. 1516 is MP Municipal Planning Strategy, Land Use Bylaw, 205 Bedford Highway, Halifax. Councillor Morse?
Yes, I can put this on the floor, Mr. Mayor. I move that Regional Council initiate a process to consider site-specific amendments to the Halifax Municipal Planning Strategy and Halifax Mainland Land Use Bylaw to change the incentive or bonus zoning requirements for an approved development at 205 Bedford Highway, Halifax, and to follow the public participation program outlined in the community engagement section of the staff report dated April 27th, 2023.
Second, Councillor Cuddle. Councillor Morse.
Thank you. I'll just do a quick recap for council on this building. 205 Bedford Highway was approved in early 2020 by the previous councillor for District 10, and or it was put forward by the previous councillor, and it was going to be the first building in suburban Halifax with affordable units in it. And in return for this commitment, the developer was given an extra 3 stories on the building and an extra 24 units in the building, 18 of which were going to be affordable. The developer is now saying they are no longer able to go through with that commitment due to changed economic conditions, and they would like a different arrangement. So I'm not very happy with this because we're losing 18 affordable apartments, and they have already completed 8 stories of the building. It's they just, I think, finished the 8th story. It hasn't been finished inside, but it's been topped off. So the building's underway, and we are still working out the arrangements for what will happen inside the building. So I think what I'm going to do is ask council to vote against the motion on the floor, but I'd like to hear from some of my colleagues who were here for when this was originally approved back in 2020. Halifax and West Community Council may have some insights into this as well that I think would be helpful for council. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just to provide some of that background that the councilor is asking for. So this was a difficult one for us at Halifax West because staff came to us with a pretty detailed reasoning on why we should not move forward with this project. And, you know, that was back in October 2019 in Halifax West, because we heard from the property owner who really showed their commitment to doing the affordable housing, that we actually overturned the staff recommendation to not go forward with this development. And they had lots of reasons why it shouldn't go forward, with adjacency to the train tracks and the site, the size of the site and a bunch of other things. But we decided to vote against that because of the promise of affordable housing, which we also knew the binding aspect was a problem. So that's why we wrote it in this way, so we could actually get the commitment. And the owner was 100% on board with that, us putting it into you know, legal writing. And it's sad that the current market might have affected this, but we approved this based on the affordable housing, not because we thought the building was the best thing to be built. It was based on the affordable housing piece. So to not have that would really go against everything that we've been working on as a city around affordable housing and advocating for, and especially what we've been doing with our municipal planning strategy. So I have to vote against this because it not only you know, morally for me, the fact that we voted on this based on affordable housing, but we had an agreement, and there's no way of going back now, because I guess it got topped off recently. So it's pretty much, it's there. So I'm going to vote against this because I agree that we should continue with the way forward, and it's sad that the market has changed, but we have an agreement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Yeah, I feel almost bad for the applicant, for the developer who's come forward on the same day as we're discussing the inclusionary zoning program framework next. Not a great time to bring this forward. So, just to reiterate what Councillor Smith already said, we overrode staff and we made a decision strictly because of the affordable housing component. That is why we did that. And for them to be coming forward now and saying the market has changed, the market always changes. You're going to have this building for 50 years. The market's going to go up, down, and sideways. The only possible way that we could consider taking out the affordable housing is if they came back and said they were going to jackhammer off the top 2 floors, but that is probably not going to happen. Top 3 floors. Thank you, Councillor Morse. So I think that's probably pretty unlikely. So those additional rights were conveyed on the condition that we would get affordable housing out of this, and council, our heartstrings were pulled, and we said, yes, okay. So I can't support changing this at this point. They're going to have to figure out a way to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I concur with the previous 2 councillors. We gave them the additional extra stories to have the ability to have the extra affordable units, and now they're saying that there's no market for those affordable units. I kind of question that, or is it affordable itself? I'm prepared not to support this motion. I think we should keep them to the letter of agreement that we struck. I'd just like to ask the solicitor, do we have a binding contract? Like, how can we enforce or ensure that these affordable units, quote unquote, are going to be available as quote unquote promised from this agreement?
Mr. Mayor, through you to council, I don't think that's something I'm comfortable discussing today in public. We have granted them rights in terms of density in return for a commitment of 18 affordable units. That is the agreement.
And who will be monitoring the so-called affordable rates for those units? Is that something under a new housing authority that the province may be having? That if we're going to have these inclusionary zonings and other opportunities, there should be some way of monitoring what rates are being charged for those units.
I would have to go back and take a look at the agreement and see what it provided. I can't tell you off the top of my head, and I don't think it's a discussion to be had in public, frankly.
Okay. All right, I will not be supporting the motion as it's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, losing my voice. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I very much agree with Councillor Smith, Mason, and the direction the local councillor is trying to take this in. I don't think we should now change this. The piece I just want to emphasize is it's not just about this particular project. What kind of precedent would we be setting if we allowed people to just basically finish the development and say, oops, can't do it, right? So now we're gonna walk away from that commitment. So the precedent of if we accept the motion that's in front of us versus supporting what the local councillors wanting would be a terrible, terrible one. So I very much agree with Councillor Morris on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I too cannot support this motion on the floor. I think often we've seen this where we have given additional density or height to developers for certain promises, and they haven't been upheld. And in this case, we actually have, it seems like we have a tool or mechanism to hold them to the agreement. So, I think that was some good foresight. I did have a question similar to Councillor Hensby's about if we turn this down, what tools or mechanisms do we have to hold the developer to this agreement? And I appreciate the advice from our solicitor that this is a conversation perhaps that we need to have in a different place. So that is all for now. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have to decide if whether there are some questions that need to be asked in camera or not. We'd have to move in camera. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be clear, if the motion that's on the floor is defeated, what does that mean with the project? If someone can clarify that for me. Thank you.
Good morning.
The Dean's mic, please.
There we go. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, Dean McDougall, Planner with Current Planning. To answer your question, if it's defeated, then they'd have to go by the provisions in place under the current development agreement, inclusionary density bonusing agreement.
Good. Thank you. Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to suggest that we go in camera to discuss this, the contract and options. I'll move that. Yes.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Russell. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, we're going to go in camera, then we will take our break for lunch after we have done that, and if there's a vote, that'll come back on the public agenda afterwards. Correct? Yeah, but we have other in camera, but we'll do this for now because it ties into our lunch schedule. All right, we'll take a break and we're going to go in camera. Before we go in camera, I want to acknowledge with some dismay the presence in the gallery of Victoria Horn, who's trying to sneak out. But this is sad news that she's leaving the municipality to go to work modernizing the Department of Motor Vehicles, which hasn't been done since 1913. So, I'm sure they've done a lot of great work, but I want to thank, I know you'll be talking to us later, but you've done amazing work for us. I know you'll do amazing work for the province, and then you come back here. All right, colleagues, we're going to go in camera. Okay, folks, we are back. We're on 15-1-6, right? And we are back in public session. So, Councillor Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for the discussion. So just, I think what we need to do here is to vote against the motion that's on the floor. Doesn't head in the right direction and may set a negative precedent for future projects. So I'll ask you to vote this one down. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, ready for the question? Just press the other one. Well, press the red one. Just press the one you want to press before. I do that all the time. Okay, so that motion is defeated. Now, there's nothing else at this time. Okay, colleagues. 15-1-7 is the Autoport Avenue. That's passed on consent. We'll go to 15-1-8, inclusionary zoning program framework. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 initiate a process to amend the regional municipal planning strategy and all applicable secondary municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws to create an inclusionary zoning program for HRM consistent with the proposed policy direction outlined within the discussion section of the staff report dated May 1st, 2023, and 2, follow the public participation program as set out in the community engagement section of the staff report dated May 1st, 2023.
So that's on the floor and seconded. We do have a presentation, and I'd like to see the presentation and then come back to you, Councillor Mason.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you. Is my presentation up on the screen? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon. My name is Jamie Ellen Proud, and I'm a planner on the Priority Planning team. I'm here today to discuss an inclusionary zoning program for HRM. Inclusionary zoning is a planning tool that requires new developments to include affordable housing on site. Commentary and research around inclusionary zoning typically describe two goals, which are increasing the supply of affordable housing with minimal government subsidy and fostering social integration. Changes to the HRM Charter in 2021 enabled an inclusionary zoning program. In response to this change, HRM engaged WSP to complete a jurisdictional and best practice review of inclusionary zoning programs in early 2022. This image is likely familiar to many of you. This is the housing continuum. It is not intended to represent a progression. Households frequently move back and forth along the continuum over time. Research suggests that inclusionary zoning programs are most effective when they provide moderately affordable housing at the low end of market or just below market rents. Inclusionary zoning is less effective at providing deeply affordable and supportive housing. The proposed framework is to prioritize a mandatory inclusionary zoning program. Mandatory programs produce more affordable housing units than voluntary programs produce, and also distribute new affordable units more evenly throughout the community. However, it is possible to integrate voluntary and mandatory programs, and if Council initiates this project, staff would explore how a mandatory program could coexist with the existing incentive or bonus zoning program in the regional center. We would want to roll the new program out starting in areas where we are expecting high growth, such as growth centers, future growth nodes, and transit priority corridors. We would consider including all types of housing in the program, including rental and owner-occupied housing and residential developments of all types. Including a variety of housing types in the program would create more choice for households in need of affordable housing and would accommodate more households. We would consider requiring cash in lieu contributions for small residential and non-residential developments. Commercial and industrial enterprises also benefit from having workers affordably housed, and HRM could use the cash collected to continue the affordable housing grant program. This approach would need to be integrated with a wider conversation around development charges and tax structure in HRM. Finally, we would prioritize on-site affordable housing and discourage larger developments from opting out of on-site units by paying cash in lieu. If Regional Council initiates this project, the next steps will be to conduct a fiscal impact analysis to examine the private housing market and provide advice on how much housing could be dedicated to affordable housing without constraining the pace of new development. A fiscal impact analysis would also address variables such as the affordability standard and set-aside rate, and the amount of cash that could be paid in lieu of on-site housing. We would also conduct engagement with stakeholders and the public through one or more community-based events, pop-up displays at community hubs, or collaborating with other HRM open houses, targeted engagement with key stakeholders, including the development community, third-party funding agencies, and nonprofit housing providers, and through web-based engagement tools. Staff will also return to Council with recommendations for the ownership and administration of the affordable housing produced through the program. Options range from requiring the property owner to manage the affordable units themselves, to passing ownership and management to a third party, such as a nonprofit organization, to HRM, or to the province. We are asking for Council direction to initiate a comprehensive planning process to develop an inclusionary zoning program for HRM. This would include continued research and engagement by staff and external consultants to understand the housing market in HRM and best practices around inclusionary zoning programs in mid-sized cities, and returning to Regional Council with recommendations for policy and bylaw changes. Staff recommend that Halifax Regional Council initiate a process to amend the regional municipal planning strategy and all applicable secondary municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws to create an inclusionary zoning program for HRM, and to follow the public participation program set out in the community engagement section of the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the Honorable Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for a great presentation. And I know you've been working really hard on this and all the other things. It's still finding it funny that we had that little amuse-bouche of an inclusionary zoning debate before we got to the meat of this today. It's gratifying to know that when the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs spoke here in November, that he asked why we hadn't done inclusionary zoning yet. So I think the first question we seem to have about all these discussions is, will the province override us? And I think it would be probably pretty unlikely that we'd be overridden on this, because this is something that they're clearly asking for that in this very room. I like that we're talking about mandatory inclusion, which I know is a bit scary for some of the developers out there, and I'll come back to that. But I think the key thing about mandatory is that, as you identified in the staff report, we're going to have a financial impact assessment done, and that's part of the work that we're starting now. So there's a lot of questions that I have that aren't going to be answered today, and we all know that. The questions are around the different pieces of what would go into it, the term of it, the tenure, the trigger, the affordability standard, and the set-aside. And I've said in this chamber a number of times, to me, a lower set-aside with a higher or permanent tenure is a goal for me. Like, that's what I'd like to think. And hearing today that we already are putting stuff as like or affordability on deed and title, excellent. Mwah. That's best practices. We need to do that and make sure that these are in perpetuity, and that we can protect that. And, you know, we saw in all Nova Scotia yesterday a local developer saying, well, there'd better be money coming along with this. And we need to own the fact that if and when we do this, that cost is going to be largely for low discounts to get to moderate affordability borne across the rest of the development. Like that's what this is. That the money doesn't grow on trees. As I said to the minister when he was here, if we say 1 out of 10 units has to be 25% cheaper than the other units, that discount is going to be borne across the other 9 units. And we know that if we want deep affordability, we're either going to have less of that spread across more units, or more likely we're going to have the province, the feds, and the municipality contributing money to drive that number down even farther. And we know that, but that's why we're launching this process to find out what the costs are going to be and what the opportunities are. And I personally, the one one, I know that it's all still out, to be determined, but to me, the big piece is I love the idea of the ownership as much as possible coming out of the private sector ownership and going into a not-for-profit in perpetuity. I think that and putting it on deed also, those are the two big protections to make these an adequate replacement for state-built housing that lasts forever. So my one question to staff is, what does this do to density bonusing? Because a lot of what you talked about in the presentation and in the report, we're going to have money in lieu of for buildings with fewer than a certain number of units, with less than a certain number of units, but that sounds an awful lot like what we're already doing with the affordability density bonusing. And then the other side is, I assume we wouldn't be charging density bonusing if we're requiring people to be building affordable housing, or are we going to, or do we contemplate we're going to do both, or does the financial impact study determine how far we go? It's very expensive to build the units. I can't imagine that we're going to continue to do density bonusing, but I'd like some clarity around that. So thank you very much for this work. I look forward to the debate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So with respect to the incentive or bonus zoning program in place in the regional center, one of the things that we'd like to do in this next piece of work is investigate whether we could keep both programs, in the sense that there would be a floor of mandatory units and then perhaps an option for a density bonus on top of that would be voluntary. The problem with a density bonus is there's two kind of issues. The first one is, according to good planning principles, if a piece of land can handle 10 floors of units, we should just be allowing 10 floors of units and not requiring people to have, or not artificially constraining the amount of density that's permitted on that property, because the more units that we have, more housing that we have, that's going to increase supply, and as long as demand stays constant, that should drive the price down. The other piece of that is, if there's no market demand for the higher, for the more units, then it doesn't make any sense to have a density bonus anyway. So what we're proposing with a mandatory program would be to allow the maximum amount of density that makes sense under good planning practices by right, and then require everybody to make a contribution for affordable housing in the form of on-site units. But since we have this program already in the regional center, we're trying to figure out a way to dovetail those two.
10 seconds. I don't think you have to. Just to be blunt, having been here for the entire discussion, it's going to be the regional center, and the closer you get to downtown, the more expensive it is to build the units. If we're going to be requiring those units to be there, I'm open to having a discussion about replacing one with the other. I think that's an important piece, because I think we'll get way more in terms of affordable housing from inclusionary zoning than from density bonus. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Obviously, I strongly support this. I guess I'm a little frustrated that I thought we'd be a little further along when I read this, and in the sense that we asked for the province to give us the right to do this. We've had it for nearly 2 years, and we're still at this stage where we're sort of investigating, and I thought WSP would have answered perhaps some of the things that you mentioned that you still have to do as staff. So, and that's not finger pointing, it's just expressing some frustration. And I think Way outlined very well where the cost of, the 10 units are going to be shared over the other 100 units or whatever in the building, and I think that's something that we have to explain and understand. My question, and I don't know if this is for you or for Kate or for the CAO, is, I think the minister was right to come and say, you've had this permission for a while, what are you going to do with it? So my question is, what's the timeline on this? We asked for it, we got it, we've done nothing with it, so to speak. What's the timeline when we come back and start initiating this? Is that Kate? Okay.
Kate Green, Director of Regional and Community Policy. Thanks for your question. Our goal would be to bring this back this fiscal cycle. So we have the money to do this additional study. Super. And expect it to come forward as soon as we're done that. Okay. It will take a bit of time to work through the financial conditions.
Sure. Yeah, no, I understand there's some work to be done. I just thought we would be a little further along. But if we can put this a rush on this, I think we've got to start practicing what we preach, what we ask for, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, so thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know, to Councillor Outhead's point, and maybe it's COVID, everything seems like it's condensed in time, but the new government has only been there since August 2021, so it hasn't even been 2 years of the new government. So we only got this power just over a year ago. So I get, it takes a while to move things through in terms of how we get to where we want to go. I support wholeheartedly the direction that staff have outlined here, but also, too, remember, when we change planning strategies and land use bylaws, we have to go consult with the public. And so that's the next step in all of this, and to hear from them. The financial analysis that'll underpin this and the values of the units will be really important, because don't forget, before we had the center plan formula we have now, we did the Willow Tree. We had 18 units of affordable housing in there at 1.8 million. It was $90,000 per unit, and those were, I think, guaranteed over 15 years. Costs have gone up since then. So the subsidy required for affordable housing is gone up with that in terms of offsetting that. Because to Councillor Mason's point, you can't just say, okay, you're building 100 units, we're going to take 10 of those, and you're spreading out the increased costs over the other 90 units. I don't want to be responsible for further increases in rent in Halifax. And so the subsidy has to be there for the affordable units. And in my mind, I like the way staff is talking in terms of, you can't do both. It's kind of one or the other. And I said this way back when we were doing this in 2017, 2018 on the Community Design Committee, or CDAC, Community Development Advisory Committee, that the way we proposed the density bonus was not a density bonus per se. It's not like the downtown plan where you literally got extra floors and you gave us something in return. When we did the density bonus formula we have now, it's a development tax, because we said the envelope is this big, but once you get over a footprint of this many square feet, you start giving us money, and it escalates up. And so it's never been a bonus per se. It was really just an extra tax for affordable housing, and I was comfortable with that. I wish we had used that word. But in terms of where we go now, I think that analysis is really important, because, and we have the power now. With these changes, the province gave us the ability to actually give money to private developments for affordable housing. And so we can rebate this equivalent of density bonus back, or just get rid of the program and have it as that kind of tax that comes back to us. And I'm assuming there's going to be a threshold in terms of, if a development is only this big, 4, 6, 10, 15 units, it's probably too much of a hardship to require affordable housing on a very small development. So is the other thing you're going to be looking at, and will this be part of the public consultation, part of the financial analysis, or maybe both, where is that threshold? What size development will require the affordable housing on site? I'm absolutely in favor of the mandatory program, but we can't do both. We can't tax people and expect affordable housing. There has to be that either extra in terms of rights, or there has to be the subsidization no matter how it happens. And frankly, with the provincial and the federal money that's floating out there right now, there's all kinds of opportunities as well for other subsidy into real affordability. So if you could just speak to the kind of the threshold, if you guys have worked out any numbers. Now, I didn't see them in the report.
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. So I think the idea is there would be a threshold. So some, like 10 units seems to be kind of a common one that various programs use. So below whatever threshold we identify, perhaps we would ask for cash in lieu, but as opposed to units on site. But that is something that we would be asking the consultant to speak to in the fiscal analysis report.
Does it help at all, because when we did the density bonus program outside the regional center just a little while ago, the numbers were slightly different, obviously, and they were updated. So is a lot of the research that you have on kind of underlying land values and the value development, is a lot of that work done in that other research?
Yes, the next piece of work would definitely be building on the work that's already been done.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for this. And, I mean, I wish we were further along too, but I also, this is complicated work, and the potential for unintended consequences if we got things wrong is significant. So, I mean, I'm not as concerned as, as my colleague about where we are timing. This is pretty much exactly where I figured we would be a year out. We'd be coming back with some broad strokes and then narrowing down from there. If this gets done this fiscal year, I think we're in a good place. In terms of the cost, like the idea, like, well, everyone, I mean, I like the social inclusion aspect of inclusionary zoning. If people can pay to not have units, are we envisioning that would happen? Like if you were building like a large building, say 30, 40 units, like a significant building, that you could actually spend money instead of having affordable units? Or is the cash in lieu only for are we thinking that would only be for smaller size?
The counselor. So based on the research that we've done, the best practice is to really try to disincentivize the cash in lieu. So that would be making sure that the amount of cash in lieu that's payable would be reflective of the cost of replacing the unit elsewhere, and perhaps even more in addition to that to continue to disincentivize, because there's two pieces to that. Like you say, the social integration piece is really impacted if developers can just pay some money and have the units built elsewhere, because what tends to happen is that affordable units are then concentrated in more lower income parts of the municipality, and that's not what we want to see. And then the other piece is just fewer units overall being built, because if it's cheaper to just pay the cash in lieu, then of course, then that would be the preferable choice. So we would really try to disincentivize that by having cash in lieu fees that are reflective of the actual cost of replacing the units.
I was hoping that's what you were going to say, because
Yeah.
in the report it talked about equivalent costs, and frankly, if you're not going to include units, you should be paying a premium to not have units in your building if you're building a large building under the program. So I'm happy to hear that that thinking is in the mix there as a potential option. Because we want them in the buildings. Thank you for that. The piece I want to just add, just want to build on what Councillor Mason was saying, right? Because it was startling when the minister was here and referenced density bonusing as a tax, but inclusionary zoning is great because it seemed to be free, right? Which is clearly not the case. It's born, it comes out, some developers might absorb some of the cost, but broadly speaking, most of it then comes from the other units in the buildings. And so, this is a good thing that we're doing, that we're working. I think it's going to be important going forward in the city, but it's not going to by itself solve all our affordable housing programs, because we all have to pay for it. And myself, my house is built. I'm not paying a density bonusing. I'm not going to pay a density bonusing. The only way I contribute, and my neighbors do, towards affordable housing is through taxes. And then the only way that's going to happen is with government intervention. And so, I hope that the province is not taking, well, we gave you inclusionary zoning, and so now I don't have to worry about public housing. I hope that's not the message that comes away from here, because we're not going to solve things on inclusionary zoning alone. We need the whole picture coming together here, and this piece is important, but there are limits to how far it's going to be able to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to say, wow, thank you. Here we are, inclusionary zoning. This has been talked about for a long, long time, and it's very exciting to have it here in front of council today to take it to the next step. Finally, we'll be getting to a point where people who require supported housing or affordable housing will have a choice about where they live, the communities they live in. And this will happen because through inclusionary zoning, we'll start to see more affordable units spread out across the municipality. But back to the housing spectrum that you presented there in your slides in the beginning, there is still that need for housing that would require more support, like supportive housing versus affordable housing. And so in some cases, I'm imagining that cash in lieu is still going to be required so we can continue to, support those housing agencies that provide housing for the hard to house or people who have, special housing requirements or housing needs that, won't work in an inclusionary, setting for whatever requirement. So, I think it's important that we keep that spectrum in mind and continue to find ways to support our in particular, our kind of specialized, supportive housing, not-for-profit agencies. I remember looking at this years and years ago, and there was like a sweet spot of something like, I don't know, it was like between, around 5% that you look at in a housing to spread it out. So I'm assuming that as we go forward, what that sweet spot is today will be calculated and determined, because I just want to emphasize what my other colleagues have said, how we spread out the cost is important, because right now I think everybody is in a difficult position when it comes to housing affordability. It's unprecedented, the cost of housing right now, particularly in relation to income. Incomes have not kept pace anywhere with the price of housing. So I think that we need to be, very mindful of that. Otherwise, I'm happy to support this, glad to see it move forward, look forward to the next report as it comes forward. And I don't know if you have anything to add. We've already talked a little bit about the percentage, but just if you could just speak to that spectrum and the cash in lieu. And I understand you don't want to incentivize people providing cash in lieu. Is there still a role, in this program, is there still a role for accepting cash in lieu for some purposes?
The mayor to the councillor. I'll just bring that slide back up. So there's the housing spectrum. So I think this is a point that's worth emphasizing, that inclusionary zoning really works best when it targets those moderately affordable units, so affordable rental housing and affordable home ownership. So there is quite a bit of need on the other end of the spectrum that wouldn't necessarily be addressed by an inclusionary zoning program, and that's something that we will need to continue to work on. So one of the things that we've been looking at is requiring a cash in lieu contribution for non-residential types of development. So that's pretty common in the United States. The inclusionary zoning programs are more common in the States than they are in Canada. And they would have cash in lieu for commercial development or industrial development, and they would pay money into a pool that we could use for example, for our affordable housing grant that we currently operate, and then smaller residential developments as well. So this is honestly a struggle that I have as well, is kind of that balance between making sure that we get the units and we're not incentivizing cash in lieu because of all the problems that can cause, but also potentially having a pool of money that we can use to support the higher need and the more deeply affordable housing. So that's definitely something that I'll be looking at if this project is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you for the report. I'm curious about, on page 5 of the report, when it talks about prioritizing the program in areas of high growth, and we talk about future growth nodes. And I know that there are some future growth nodes that are on the map that are outside a service boundary, they're outside the transit boundary. And I'm wondering how, when you look at that circumstance, how do we incentivize and how do we make the inclusionary zoning work? Because we do want it across all of HRM. And when we look at the more rural and suburban, is there sort of a special, not a special, but what kinds of considerations are brought forward to this that help support it in a rural community and outside of the service boundaries?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. So the approach that we would expect to take is what's called a market rate approach, which would tailor the affordability standard and probably also the set-aside rate to geographic areas in the municipality reflecting the housing market and the density of amenities in the area. So Absolutely, there would be a different approach to affordable or inclusionary zoning in the rural area as opposed to in the regional center.
So when it talks about the initial phases being implemented, so when the report comes back, we'll see sort of a phased approach, and that would be seen within that structure, you think?
Thank you, that would be the intention, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of words on this before we go to the vote. Thank you for this. I think we're all a little impatient on wanting to get this done. We've talked about it a long time, and I think the province put it in legislation around the same time they brought in the housing task force, so it was sort of the sweetener for the deal. But it does take some work, and I would almost laugh if I thought that the province would accuse the city of being too bureaucratic or too slow in light of their history. I think it's important to note that the housing task force that reported under the previous government, but I think was endorsed by this government, which came out in the spring of 21, inclusionary zoning was included in one of the recommendations at that point in time, talked about in the report, and it was included as one of the recommendations to empower municipalities. And that task force had a number of people from the development community. I mean, I remember Mr. Ferris, Bank was represented, Killam was represented, the very distinguished Kelly Dente was on that panel as well. So there are people in the private sector that when they had a chance to look at this recognized that this is really important. With that slide you showed that you just put back up, that looks like a fence of the housing supply. The first thing I notice when I look at that is the big gap between inclusionary zoning and those absolutely most direly in need of housing. And it can't be overstated to the point of the Deputy Mayor how important it is that we do need purpose-built, government-paid for, deeply affordable housing, which hasn't been built in this province for a very long time. And that's a fight that we need to, or a discussion that we need to continue to have. But I thank you for this work. I think it's really important work. I think it is part of, you know, the supply issue and allowing more people to be part of the housing market. There is no single answer to it all, but I think this is an important one. And so I really hope that we are able to deal with this year. I thank you for all the work that you guys are doing on this, on top of all the other housing stuff that you're dealing with at the same time. So I just want to say thank you for that. You ready for the question, colleagues? So that's carried. Thank you, folks. We will go to 15.1.9, which is the amendment to Administrative Order 15 respecting license, permit processing fees, parking rates. Council, what is your wish? Council or Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I pressed my vote button. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 15, the license permits process fees administrative order as set out on Attachment A to the staff report dated May 2nd, 2023.
Second, Councillor Russell. Deputy Mayor.
Nothing on this. This is the parking increases we talked about. No weekend rates in there.
Any other discussion? I'm not sure we chatted about this enough through the budget process. If nothing, ready for the councillor from Cole Harbour to speak. Councillor, no? You good?
No.
You're good. Okay. Ready for the question. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. We will move to 15.110, which passed on consent, which is the Beachville Community Planning Phase 1. Amendments to Timberley Lakeside Beachville MPS. 15.111 we have deferred till June the 6th or 7th, whenever the meeting is. 15.12, ladies and gentlemen, bylaw V300. Victoria Horn, you're leaving us. Just before you go, can I ask Victoria, if you want to say any words before you leave. Is this your last council meeting? Is this your last council meeting? Yeah. Well, park and say a word. Ladies and gentlemen, Victoria Horn, any wise words?
Consider weekend parking is my word to leave. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Councillor. It's been an absolute pleasure working with all of you and my very esteemed colleagues, and I'm confident I'm leaving you in excellent hands. So thank you so much.
I want an autograph before you go.
Okay.
Mr. Traves parked in a handicap zone. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Some things are unforgivable. It wasn't one of those. Colleagues, 15.112 is vehicle noise bylaw. Councillor Mason, you know something about this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council maintain the current enforcement mechanism for excessive vehicle noise through the Noise Bylaw and Motor Vehicle Act. I so move.
Second.
And Del just said my ear against. So I guess I have some questions for staff. First of all, I want to say, as we're getting into debate on this, that it's a real cop-out that the province hasn't banned muffler modification and aftermarket mufflers and made rules around. We've got two types of noise makers right now. We have deliberately loud aftermarket mufflers, and then if you have a high-end sports car, there's now a button you can flip to move into performance mode that makes it really loud. So you can't just look underneath the car anymore and be like, oh, that's not okay. Some of them are designed to do that. And it's too bad that that step hasn't been made, and we're potentially going to have 47 different municipalities with different rules about how to deal with noise coming from cars. I think that's not great, but I'm not blaming the current government, because that was a decision of the previous government that's just carried forward. But failing that, I don't think I can support this. And the reason why, and I'd like staff to come forward and kind of talk about what the implications are, is under the current noise bylaw, as I understand it, we need a witness who isn't a police officer, and I don't see how someone who's having loud cars driving by their house is going to be a credible witness in court and go, it was definitely that guy's Mazda 3 with the tweaker with the spinnies and with his ground effects lights and that muffler. That's definitely the one I saw from my living room window. Like, I don't see how we're going to have a credible witness in court. Looking also at the solicitors. So I am inclined, recognizing what staff say, if we move the vehicle noise bylaw, we are moving from what I'm reading as no chance of ever having a ticket upheld if it's challenged to a slim chance of having a ticket that may be upheld if it's challenged. But I just don't think, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with leaving it as it is. So I don't know if that's really a question. I mean, like
let's ask that.
Do we think we're actually going to be able to ticket people under the current regime?
Well, let me start that. Yes, and we've had successful prosecutions under the existing legislative framework. In addition to that, I would point out there is a prohibition, which is part, I think, why staff's recommendation is the way it is, but perhaps better to hear from police and bylaw who are here today. But I would point out that the Motor Vehicle Act does prevent muffler cutouts, bypasses, or similar devices, and requires mufflers to be in good working order and constitute to prevent excessive or unusual noise. And so that's part and parcel of what underlies, I think, staff's recommendation, but they are here today to speak to that.
So the contention is now, which has been something that we have not been hearing in the 10 years that we've been trying to get action on this, that the Motor Vehicle Act already says that we could potentially have police pull people aside and say that muffler you ordered off of Amazon isn't okay, and you need to, because the practical issue has been that we would then direct that car owner to go to some place in Burnside, as I recall, and get it inspected, and by the time the car got there a week later, it would have been modified back. So I'm very surprised to hear we've had successful prosecutions too. I'm wondering, like, how many? Like,
I don't. Do you know how many, Meg? I think it's in the report.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Meg McDougall, Solicitor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor. It is in the report. I believe in the last 4 years or so, there's been 88 tickets issued, 34 were paid voluntarily, 33 were automatic convictions, 9 were sentenced to pay the full amount, and then 2 were sentenced to a decreased fine amount. So there have been successful prosecutions.
And that's 88 in Halifax.
Yeah, through HRP and the RCMP.
So and to your question earlier, Councillor, through you, Mayor, these are, the witnesses for these are the bylaw officer or the police officer who observes the vehicle and hears the noise for themselves and then testifies to that. It's not somebody who observed a vehicle through the car window. And that would not change if you were to add an additional layer, which staff's not recommending, of equipment and all the rest of it.
In the 15 seconds I have left, I'm going to say this is all great information that we should have had before we made the request to the province, because we made the request to the province because we were told our hands were tied. So I do feel a little bit like, what the heck, guys, right now. But I look forward to hearing from there's lots of people in the speakers list, so I look forward to hearing from the rest of council.
All right, let's do that. Councillor Outfit.
What the heck, guys? I can continue on with that. Okay, so I have a dream. And I have a dream that police will be able to pull a car over when somebody calls me and says bikes are racing up and down the street or modified mufflers are. Police will be there. They'll be able to pull them over, hold a meter up to it and say it's 10, 20, 30 above the limit. Follow me. We'll get it tested again like we do a breathalyzer, and you're going to get a ticket. And we give out, every time we get an email, we see 60, 80 people charged for speeding in a week. Mufflers, we're happy because we've seen 80 in how many years? So this is not what we asked for. This is not what we were told in the past, as Way said. We were told, and Fredericton was looking at doing it in their bylaw, and we said, no, 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 council, you can't do that. It's got to be a Motor Vehicle Act. Then we said the province, and I think like Way, they were wrong to do it. They said, come back and do it internally. So what I want to do, and I'd like the police to come down here if you wouldn't mind. They've been here all day, and I know them both. I would like to find out if they feel that they have empowerment right now to pull people over if they hear them, or if they're at a roadblock, or if they're at a gas station. Do they, and they see somebody, do they, the way they could, you don't have a sticker, you don't have a license, you're speeding, we've seen you, do you have the ability to say you are above a certain level on a meter or on some scale or something under the regulation and issue them a ticket to somewhat as easily as you can for some of those other violations? I mean, do you need something from us?
Superintendent Greg Mason with the Halifax Regional Police. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. I believe that we do have the ability, the authority to do that currently. Okay. The difference in what you're saying, or as you described it, was the decibel meter. Okay. What we have currently is a noise that reasonably disturbs the public.
Okay.
So that is a bar that would be up to the observations of the officer to be able to explain why it reasonably disturbed the public, vice a meter.
Would it not be easier or more helpful or better chance of conviction though if there was a certain decibel level set and that you had a way of monitoring that level through a meter?
I'll say what I've said in the past. I'm a fan of science. However, there is nothing under the current legislation or a change to the bylaw, in my opinion, that would allow a police officer to cause somebody to rev their engine. So if I have an issue with a vehicle and I go to the homeowner's or the registered owner's address and I say I had a report of your vehicle, there's nothing that could say, come on out and start your vehicle and rev it for me so that I can use this meter to determine how much above the decibel limit you are. Okay. If we use the existing legislation, it allows us to say that somebody was reasonably disturbed and we don't need a reading. Again, it's up to the observations of the officer to determine how that unnecessarily caused a problem
No,
for
and I
the
get that,
community.
and this is very helpful. and interesting. I just think if you end up going to court, and an officer says, well, I think it was noisy, or witness says, I think it was noisy, versus you having the scientific evidence of a printout of a unit, like a radar. I mean, you could sit on the side of the road and say, hey, I think you're speeding. But isn't it nice to have LiDAR saying, hey, you were speeding? I'm asking if you need more help from us.
No, I understand, and I appreciate where you're coming from. What I can say is that we wouldn't be in a position where we would be standing on the corner of any street with a decibel meter saying, you know, that car over there is above the limit, because we wouldn't be able to randomly contribute that noise to that person. Obviously, if it's quite loud and we get it pulled over and it's idling at the curbside loudly, we could use it. I wouldn't argue that point. I just believe that if it's reasonably disturbing the neighborhood, it's reasonably disturbing the neighborhood regardless of whether we have a reading on it or if we have somebody complaining. That would be my perspective.
And that is somewhat new information to me, so thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And picking up on both Councillor Mason and Councillor Outhet's point, I'm a little surprised at this report because, you know, I remember in 2017 when this last came before us and, you know, we had smart people sitting up front there, just like today in uniform, telling us that, well, you know, under the current noise bylaw, you know, we can't write tickets that really stand up. And at the time, you know, it was very much, okay, well, let's then ask the province to fix this and change things. I agree, a province-wide approach would have made way more sense than a patchwork of municipal bylaws, but, you know, that's what the province opted to do with it. And so then we come back to this moment here where it's, okay, so the legislative change has been made, you can now pass the noise bylaw that's going to be effective, and the recommendation report is, actually, there's no problem. We don't know why you asked for this in the first place. Like, I mean, I don't know what we're doing here. Like, to be honest, I really don't, and I don't know how to say that politely. You know, there was a resident in my district, you know, a lawyer who wrote me, said, you know, you guys are all just being played for fools, that there's no problem here. It's just a lack of priority to deal with this is your problem, not a lack of legislation. And I wrote him dutifully and said, well, no, I mean, the advice from the experts is this. Well, I've got a big old bowl of crow to go eat when I next see him on this, because I mean, apparently he was right. And so I don't understand like how we can have one recommendation report in 2017 that is now basically the exact opposite of what we're now being told today. And I don't know who wants to answer that lovely question, whether that's a solicitor or CEO. I know you weren't here, Ms. CEO, at the time.
I've been here for 4 months, so I'm going to suggest that maybe the solicitor could help explain.
All right. John.
Well, you know, I don't recall myself, but I would point out that the origin of this matter in the report in front of you indicates that it was the Halifax Council didn't request a staff report. They requested the mayor write the province seeking amendment. So I'm not sure of the history of where that came from.
There was a report.
Yeah, so I'd have to go back and take a look at the report and speak to the report offer. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, because it just, I feel like, I mean, if I were to read this cynically, it almost feels like the answer that involves us not doing anything is the answer that we're being given, because we were given the answer the first time around that was you don't need to do anything was basically, well, the province needs to fix this, and then it feels like, well, did the province call the bluff then and, you know, fix this and give it back? At which point our recommendation report is still don't do anything. And, you know, that's really hard to square. So I'm inclined to support the alternative since that's what we were asked for. And if for nothing else, that I think we need to put a priority on this area, which is probably a whole budgeting discussion to come in policing. Anyway, I'm kind of frustrated with this one. Thank you.
My apologies through mayor to council that this report is frustrating, council. I will go back and dig into what happened between 2017 and now to see what, has transpired.
Look, and I'm coming off as more bitter about it than I am. Like, I suspect this is just like the problems of any large organization, trying to figure things out in motion and not necessarily always knowing what left hand and right hand are up to. Because I feel like on this one, we could have handled this better. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call upon Councillor Daigle-Gammon, and I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor if he will come and take the chair for it. I don't anticipate very long, but if I could ask that. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when I read this report, I kind of flushed red with embarrassment for how many times I had said to residents that, I'm sorry, we can't do anything about vehicle noise because we're waiting for the Traffic Safety Act, the Motor Vehicle Act. So it's a bit embarrassing. And, in the report, it says, no calls to 311. Well, the advice that I had been given as a counselor all the time was that you need to call the non-emergency police line, that it's not 311, it's not a compliance issue, it is a policing issue. So we were told that. So I'm not surprised by reading the report to say 311 doesn't have any calls. 88 tickets in 4 years. Not being disrespectful to people in the policing sector, but some of the policing persons that I spoke to just said it's really not worth their time in some ways. That sounds more harsh than I mean it to be, but it does seem that there is some apathy around stopping someone doing that kind of stuff. And then, he's saying not 88 tickets, but 88 convictions. Thank you, Councillor Russell. But it's definitely a problem. This weekend, if you were on the Waverly Road, I could have had more than 88 residents call the non-emergency and flood, the intake call line. So we do need to do something about this. It's not a very nice environment to live in, and I do think that there are people that very much take advantage of it. So the alternative seems to me to be a much better option, and I couldn't support the status quo. It really doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up would be Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have to continue on the path of frustration on this one. It was changed, the Motor Vehicle Act was what we were told all along, as you heard from my colleagues. We need that help for conviction. Now I'm hearing from one of my colleagues that maybe it's a lack of priority. We have the same conversation around speeding. And I know the chief sat here on a couple of budgets ago and asked for 16 traffic officers, and we denied that at the time because they needed more bodies to do traffic enforcement, which is primarily speeding. And so to suggest if it's a level of priority, does that mean now we have to continue our path of, yes, we want you to stop for speeding, we want you to stop for muffler noise, but you don't have the resources to do it. I mean, I'm looking for the guidance. I mean, I think Councillor Outhead, Superintendent, said, we want to help you. What can we do? What fight do we do to help you and your officers address this issue that it's a really priority for our residents along with speeding? So we need the guidance. You're sensing the frustrations. And I can't believe we've gone for a couple of years in this conversation with really what I'm now hearing is the wrong information we've been sharing with our residents. So I'm looking for that guidance, Superintendent.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, through you to the councillor. I appreciate where you're coming from. What we've done in recent past, so let me back up a bit. This generally comes to light in the springtime of the year. Spring, summer, right? And we've started to receive complaints.
Yep.
in a roundabout way, I'm answering your questions, if you don't mind. We've started to receive complaints. So what we have done is we've partnered our traffic unit, who, to your knowledge, is depleted.
Yep.
So we've partnered them with our community response officers, division by division, to try and target the areas that we're getting the complaints in. Now, this is a relatively new initiative that just started this week because our complaints are just starting to rise. And instead of having it a Bedford area, what I've asked is that through the superintendent in charge of patrol, that they coordinate their response with traffic to look at specific areas where we're getting complaints for targeted enforcement. I believe that given the legislation that we currently have, because even if we changed it, if you changed it today, we wouldn't have the tools by this weekend. But I believe, given the tools that we have today, with a concerted effort in those areas, we can get the message out and have targeted enforcement on those areas. Will those areas change? Yes, they will. But that's a matter for us to target our hotspots.
So regardless, we approve what's on the floor today, that's the instructions you've given your officers right now to do that.
Yes.
Does bylaw V-300 help you and your officers in any way?
I think
To address this issue, yeah.
Yes. I believe through the amendment, and I wouldn't be the authority to speak, but legal may be able to clarify for me. I believe through the amendment that was made through the noise bylaw, our officers are now able to observe the noise. You're actually, the last counselor, I believe, was correct when he said that in the past, we needed a complaint from the public. Well, that's no longer valid. So an officer who finds somebody committing an offense can now make those observations themselves and issue the ticket. That's a difference. And I'm hoping with resource additions and with a priority placed in these hotspots that we can make a difference that way.
And just a few seconds left. So you used the analogy of your officers can't go knock on a door of the owner of the car. So that's the case. But if you're at, as I think Councillor Ott had said, you're at a gas station, the car pulls up, you're there, you're able to approach the vehicle that's running and having that conversation and make an assessment. Is that accurate?
That's correct. We don't have the authority to compel somebody to generate that noise. Right. But if we find committing, then we would be able to make those observations.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I might come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I am neither frustrated nor confused nor embarrassed by the report. In fact, it lays out pretty much what I already knew. I assume everyone knew. So what I think is really important is to acknowledge that we are doing the best we can. It is the provincial government that has abdicated its responsibility for traffic safety in this province. If they cared enough, they would just make noisy mufflers illegal. Boom. We can't regulate vehicles. We can't regulate vehicle parts. Province does. They could do this like that, and they have refused to do so. So municipalities are left with picking up the pieces. And I love our men and women in uniform, but when you talk about, we go to the spots that are bad, every spot in HRM is bad. Like, come to my place on Quinpool near Connaught, especially during the summer. The motorcycles and the cars, and the noisiest thing they do is sit at the red light and rev their engines, especially on Sunday nights when they're all heading down to the park and then back from the park. So I could give you easily 88 tickets in a night if you wanted them. Come to my place. And so, but people, I've heard several people say 88 tickets in 4 years. Actually, 2018 to 2022 inclusive is 5 years. So we're talking about 88 summary offense tickets given out, not convicted, given out in a 5-year period. That's 17.6 tickets per year. I know traffic cops worth their salt will write that many tickets in an hour or two. Come down Joe Howe, by the Rotary in one session, one afternoon. I think it was 19 tickets. And we had a speed board, a speed display board right there. People could see their speed and they still got tickets. So I want to go with the vehicle noise bylaw that we have in there. So I have a few questions because it's not entirely clear in the report. There's a reference that our vehicle noise bylaw tickets would go to night court. And the reason I mention this is because the report also says that night court is more efficient, uses less resources, that our municipal bylaws are prosecuted in day court right now, which has a number of issues. So if we adopt the vehicle noise bylaw, will those definitely go to night court, or is it just kind of we hope they will go to night court?
I don't know, Maggie, do you know the answer to that? I take a quick look here, see if I can find it.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. This bylaw is made pursuant to the Motor Vehicle Act instead of pursuant to 188 of the Charter. So since it's a new bylaw and it's made pursuant to the Motor Vehicle Act, it's my belief that our prosecutions would speak to the court and ask for it to be allocated to the night court.
Okay, so it's not 100% guaranteed, but that would be our intention, is that they would go that route.
That's correct.
Okay, and the draft bylaw has 3 tests: the decibel, the unreasonableness, and the modification. So if on any level we wanted to go that route, we don't have to get all 3, just one of those. And frankly, if someone says, well, but the decibel meter maybe wasn't working, well, it was unreasonable. That's our fallback? Okay. When I look at this, I also want to go the alternative number 1, go with the draft bylaw. And for me, it makes eminent sense that we would go that route. And when I look at kind of the rationale laid out in this, and I look at those 88 tickets, 17 tickets a year over a 5-year period, they are all, it says here, under the Motor Vehicle Act. Did we ever do any vehicle noise tickets under our noise bylaw?
No.
Okay. So really then, when we talk about the noise bylaw, that's stupid. Like when we're talking, so this is where things are kind of, I think, lining up now. Because the information we got back to the Transportation Standing Committee and to Council 5-ish years ago was that the noise bylaw wasn't effective. And when I look at these 88 summary offense tickets, these are laid under the Motor Vehicle Act, Section 188. And so when we're telling people that our noise bylaw isn't up to this, it clearly isn't, because we haven't written any tickets on it. And so I think we need to go this step further. Here's my final question. I only have a few seconds left. Section 305A sub C says we can prohibit the use or operation of a vehicle if the noise produced is in connection with that vehicle and it's objectionable noise. That was the recent amendment in 2021. Can someone explain that to me? Because when it says a municipality can prohibit the use or operation of a vehicle, can we impound that vehicle? Can we take possession of that vehicle? Can we make sure that person doesn't drive a noisy ass vehicle away from the spot? Because that's changing the water on the beams if that's what that says.
Someone with some legal mind maybe want to take that?
Page 3 of the staff report.
According to the bylaw, we could, to the amendment to the Motor Vehicle Act, certainly we could prohibit the use. Now, how we would get effect to that, we'd have to look into, because I don't think we've gone that far in terms of the proposed bylaw, but we could take that away and see what means, and in all likelihood, it would require some service agreement with the Registry of Motor Vehicles or otherwise, which we don't currently have, right, in terms of the effectiveness of it. But certainly you could make an order, much like, forfeiture of driver's license.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next up would be Councillor Purdy. My apologies, sorry. Additional.
we were just having a quick discussion there. I believe, Deputy Mayor, to you, to the councillor, I believe what that speaks to is the ability to seize that vehicle for inspection. I do not believe that it means that we can impound it for any lengthy period of time, but I believe it allows for the seizure for inspection by a qualified person. That would be my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Going to Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for being here. I guess I'm wondering, how did HRP know to come here to be able to speak to this vehicle noise bylaw? And yeah.
Councillors, we've been involved in the report from a review perspective that Mr. Dougal has written. So we were able to do some research on decibel meters and who used them, who didn't use them, the pitfalls.
Okay.
And so we did have some input along the route.
Wonderful. Yeah, awesome. I'm wondering, where is our CMP input here for this? Like, were they also included in any of the input for the report? Because in my District 4, we don't have HRP. We only have our CMP, so they're kind of absent from this discussion. And my understanding that moving vehicle violations is only a policing issue. So our HRM bylaw officers would not be able to ticket any moving vehicle violations like noise or the noisy muffler issues. And it was also my understanding that if an officer, a police officer, does not witness the noisy vehicle and the complaint comes in from a resident, the officer, like has been said here, can't go and actually compel the vehicle owner to make a noise, to hear it and assess for themselves. But the resident who makes the complaint is able to go all the way to court if they are willing to show up in court and basically accuse their neighbor of this noise violation. And most residents don't want to do that because you're going to create a friction situation in your neighborhood, in your community. You want to be able to make the complaint anonymously so that you don't have a war, an outright war with your neighbor. So not many people are actually willing to do this, even though a neighbor can be, destroying their life basically with incessant noise. So as it is right now is not ideal. It doesn't promote healthy neighborhoods or reasonable ways to curb this type of behavior. So I think any support our police can get to, like Tony said, well, how can we help? How can we help you do this to create just more livable communities for our residents would be really helpful. And so I just wondering where is the RCMP in all of this?
The RCMP were consulted. They did review this report and they did provide some input.
Okay. That's good to know. Thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Moving violations is the biggest issue that I heard about in the last election and in the one before that. Predominantly speeding on every manner of street, certainly on the highways, and second to that was noise. And for us to have a report that says we can't do anything, we're good with the status quo, I can't support that. If we don't have the right answer, that's fine. That doesn't mean the status quo is good. That means we have to do more work to get to what the right answer is. This is a significant issue. Councillor Mason was talking about cars having a performance boost / make it louder button. A friend of mine had one of those, minus the performance boost. He had one of those ginormous station wagons from the 1970s with the wood panel on it. And he had two mufflers. and with a little toggle switch on his dash that had a butterfly valve and switched between the mufflers. So when he was driving along, it would sound like a normal car, and then when he didn't want it to, flip the switch and it sounds like a Honda.
That's too bad.
It was an amazing device, totally illegal, and it would be the type of thing that you would be able to check if your assessment of that portion of the act was seized for inspection. You'd be able to see, yeah, there's been a modification here, and what the heck is that? I think we need to do more. The challenge that we're going to face with people's opinions being used as evidence is that people are inherently bad meters of things like speed. Someone was doing 80 kilometers an hour on my cul-de-sac. I'm not so sure about that, although I got an email about that yesterday. And so to rely on a human to say, yeah, it was this decibel, this volume of sound, I don't think we're there. We do need a better way to measure that. And if we don't have the solution, we need to get there. We know it's a problem. We've acknowledged it's a problem. We've been hearing it's a problem forever. I just can't support the recommendation that's on the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also very disappointed we've waited quite a long time to end up almost in the exact same place where we were. And I live about halfway between Lacewood and Dunbrack. And on Friday and Saturday night, it's nothing but noise. So I guess I'm wondering, a question for our solicitor. Is there any way to have a reverse onus? So if a citizen has the license plate of a loud vehicle, and then the police go to the home of the person with the vehicle and they detect that they've got a special muffler, why is there not a reverse onus on the person to prove that they didn't make the noise? Because they've obviously changed their vehicle in order to make more noise.
Meg says she didn't look at that. Reverse onus provisions are very challenging. Generally, you look for specific legal authority to impose a reverse onus. And again, the fact that somebody has a modified muffler or not a standard muffler is not against the Motor Vehicle Act. That is not prohibited. And so in essence, you need to have somebody who's prepared to testify. If the individual who's noticed this, lays a complaint, then they would be brought forward as a witness, and it won't matter for reverse onus. They will indicate what they've heard, and there will be a trial on the merits or a simple prosecution, right?
But it's a matter of, it's very difficult for citizens to track these people down without the help of the police, and it's difficult for the police to make any progress on it because of the reasons we've been discussing. So I'm suggesting that in this case, where you have people who've changed their vehicles, and obviously changed their vehicles, that would be a situation where a reverse onus might work.
We can take that away and look at it, but as I said, generally speaking, we look for specific authority on reverse onus clauses. They can be challenging. We have done one recently. We haven't really seen how that's worked yet in practice, so we can take a look at it, though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't support this status quo either. I too am really frustrated with the suggestion that, not suggestion, the reality, as Councillor Austin had said, that so many of us get these complaints, I mean daily, really, during the summer. It really is heavy. And we have all been pushing it back and saying we don't have permission. And so now to have this here in this way, well, again, everyone has said the same thing, that it's discouraging. I'm wondering what we have in the way of a capacity of council now to refer it back and just say, we've got to do better. We don't have the RCMP here today, which is discouraging. This is, I think that maybe that a conversation needs to be had at another, go back to the table. And if you're gonna come back with like status quo, then come back with I guess a little more insight into the approach that you've said you're taking, and give us a sense of, is that working? I completely agree with Councilor Daigle-Gammon. 311 consistently is pushing it back to contact your counselor, got to go to the province. They're not taking those calls. You're not going to see it in data there, but we are. And that's why it's been asked for change. And I appreciate Councillor Mancini, that's his name, his position around, you know, when the chief comes to the board and to council asking for bodies, we do our best to with the information that we have. And I don't recall this particular issue, of course, being part of a discussion around the need within the traffic department, let alone all the other things the traffic division are expected to do, which makes me wonder if there's been a good picture, an accurate picture of the priority that has been set, an accurate picture of the number of calls, like 83 convictions. How many were actually, how many complaints, I guess, is probably equally important now for us to have, not just the convictions, because that could be hundreds, which then is very telling. How many families and how many residents in HRM are being affected. And there's probably not one person in this room today that hasn't heard those kinds of vehicles and motorcycles and such in their own neighborhoods, thinking, well, I think, wow, listen to that. And then I think, wow, who's going to call me first about that one? And so I think we've missed the boat here. I don't think we've got where we should get. And so I guess I just want to know, how do we just get it back to staff and say, go back to it?
Deputy Mayor, through you to council. That's a good question. So, look, I want to recognize for a second that, Meg took up this file in the middle, and it's been a lot of work to get to this point, and recognized early on through this process that this isn't necessarily what council expected or desired, but it is a group project, right, in terms of how it goes. And enforcement priorities, rest within HRP and RCMP, and there's a bit of both. So in recognition that she has drafted the bylaw, it is attached, and if we wish to go forward with that, it's a simple matter of defeating the recommendation from staff and moving notice of motion that we would then come forward for first reading on the bylaw that is there with you as a starting point. And then if there's a desire to add to that further down the road in terms of reverse onus clause or some of the other things, then we can assess that as we go forward. Again, depending on how we see it go. So certainly recognize that. That's why there is actually a draft bylaw attached to this and ready to go if that's the will of council.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Mason? You're wanting to go now, not close?
I'll go right now, yeah. So it's funny, just like going through and scrambling to try and like put back together a picture of what's gone on for the last, wait for it, 8 years. So it was actually myself and you, Councillor Outfit, who moved the motion, but I think we did it because Laura Lee asked us to, because she was chairing the Transportation Committee at the time, and she had a lot of interest in this. And that was on October 22nd, 2015. And that was, we asked for staff report outlining options. And when you look at that report that came back in July 27, 2017, it basically said there were 3 things we could do. We could request the amendments to the standards for the vehicle equipment regulations in the Motor Vehicle Act. And they said, that's probably not going to happen right away. They're currently working on the Transportation Safety Act, or that work had just started. Second recommendation was request amendments to the Motor Vehicle Act. And they said, maybe we don't want to do that yet because they're doing the Traffic Safety Act. and that'll probably happen. And then the third thing was maintain status quo. And what happened is that I remember the information report slid by as they do, and we brought it back months later. It finally got to council in October, because what we said is, no, we should ask them for the change because we don't know when the TSA is going to get done. It's still not done. It's 2023. It's still not done. So yay us, we said, let's go ahead and ask for the change. In that time frame, by the way, because of the good work of Lisa Roberts, former MLA for the North End, we had a meeting with Tasso Koutrelakis as traffic authority or deputy traffic authority and some of our staff, and he presented to staff from what was then TIR, Nova Scotia Transportation Infrastructure Renewal. Here are the regulation changes you could make without even changing the act to let us use handheld devices to measure noise. Why were we presenting that to them? Because what we've been hearing, and for me as someone who has Yonge Avenue and the lower parking lot at Point Pleasant Park, what we've been hearing from Rob McDeal, Dean Simmons, Leslie Herndon, and now Jeff Clark as the commanders of Central Division is, we just can't get there with what we have now. We need this other tool, right? And so we went, all right, well, we'll get you the other tool. Now we have the tool. Now it's in front of us. I asked the lawyer in the minute I have left, if we pass this, we can still use the other bylaw, right? And that's true. It was my understanding is if we pass this new bylaw today, it just adds another tool to the toolbox. It means that we have both bylaws. So, you know, my objective is to give as many tools as possible to you, sir, and to Inspector Clark to hand out as many tickets as possible as Yonge Avenue before they parade all the way out to Sackville Drive and Waverley Road, which is what's been happening the entire time I've been here. That's what we want. And so I don't see any downside. I would ask council, you know, let's defeat this, let's pass the bylaw, perhaps it will be used, perhaps it won't be, but we learned a lot today about what's possible, and I feel like more motions will be coming at Transportation Standing Committee, he says, giving side eye to Sean Cleary and the other members to kind of expand on what we've heard today from staff. And I'm going to say in the last 7 seconds, I feel this all could have been framed a lot better. And I'm disappointed with how we ended up having this conversation today, but I think we're going to get it to a good place at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that, Councillor Mason. I appreciate the background on these things. So my question is, the handheld devices, if the new bylaw gets passed today, oh, it won't? Oh, okay. However, the sound needs to be measured at a certain decibel point. So those handheld devices, like, do you guys have those? Is that what? No. So that would have to be something that would be purchased for our police forces in order, and would our bylaw staff also then have those at their as part of their arsenal of of stuff needed to measure noise, because that's kind of a big thing. And also just the importance of having, I mean, just with our transformational police report that, you know, we have been going through and talking about, I mean, it's just the absence of RCMP today is quite concerning. Quite concerning, and just to be able to ask questions too. And like, for example, the new policy that our HRP is starting to do this week in response to the increased complaints of noise. Awesome, that's amazing. I would have liked to be able to ask our CMP if they have, you know, have seen similar complaints in our districts, and, you know, do they have a plan that is now being implemented to address the concern, because we have two policing models. It would be nice to hear from both sides to know what the plan is moving forward. And okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, and it's funny, I'll slide a side eye back over to Councillor Mason. I was hoping to actually move a sup report here, but I could do it at Transportation Standing Committee too. But I really think we should explore 305A sub C a lot further to see if we could actually seize vehicles. So the reality is, no matter how many tools we give you, the challenge, the primary barrier is still going to be enforcement. You got bodies that need to go out and listen to cars and give tickets. So in this, and I agree that we need to, my personal feeling is we need to adopt the draft bylaw that's here and move forward with that, because I think having those 3 options is better than having 1 option currently. But in terms of actually handing out tickets and changing behavior, because that's the whole point, is we want to give enough tickets, because we can't regulate vehicle parts, but if we can give enough tickets to loud vehicles, hopefully that'll change their mind. They'll say, well, you know, it's not worth it for me to rev my engine or modify my muffler or do those kind of things. So the reality is, if we go with this, you still need to have officers out there taking complaints, going to cars, picking them up. Are we talking like, I envision, you know, right now, you guys do traffic checks, for example. You look for stickers, you look for registration, you look for alcohol screening at holidays and those kind of things. Is that where we need to get in this, is in order to really nip this in the bud? Because if we're giving out 17 to 20 tickets a year, clearly that's not going to change anyone's behavior in a municipality of 480,000 people. And so the bylaw is one thing. Resources are another. Do you actually have the personnel to go out and give more noisy vehicle tickets? Because if they're doing this, they're not doing speeding tickets, they're not visiting, you know, break and enters, they're not doing other things.
Deputy Mayor, through you to the councillor, you're right. Whatever we're asking them to do extra, they're taking away from something. I would hazard to get into operational numbers here in the open forum, but we can have an offline discussion. However, yes, our traffic unit is taxed. One thing that we have done in the past and that we will be revisiting is our relationship with Nova Scotia Compliance. So Nova Scotia Compliance, under their regulations, have a broader spectrum of abilities that they can enforce and diagnostics that they can do on vehicles. They are the experts. Where we set up joint traffic points, as you suggest, we would be able to audibly hear if there was somebody that had a modified vehicle, whereas the compliance folks could actually do an inspection of that vehicle on site. So that is something that we have done in the past and that we'll be examining again. And I don't want to put words in their mouths, but I believe compliance are also struggling with numbers as well. So it's something that is definitely on our radar. We've done in the past. We do annually. We will revisit. We will do again. I just can't speak to you as to what those numbers would look like.
Thank you.
I think our CEO would like to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council, and to the staff who've been answering questions here today and working on this. It sounds to me like there's a definite level of dissatisfaction with the status quo. Our council report hasn't quite hit the mark. I'm uncomfortable with a decision being made today without us bringing forward a supplemental information report. I'm interested in asking some questions myself now about whether we have, for instance, the ability to do enforcement through handing out reinspection notices under Section 205 of the Motor Vehicle Act, and what impact that would have. And I also think we need to flesh out the staffing implications and the equipment costs in a little bit more detail if we were to put the bylaw in place and really increase the service level of enforcement around this. What would that look like for council's consideration?
So a motion to table or defer would be in order.
So I guess maybe this question for the solicitor. If council is interested in a supplemental report, as the CEO is suggesting, what would we do at this point? Someone on the floor would move?
We could move it deferral the matter pending a supplemental report.
Well, let's go to Councillor Outhit first, since he's still on the board, and then we'll see what the wish is.
Thank you. I was just going, and both Councillor Cleary and the CAO sort of touched on some things that I was going to say on. I think, you know, I'm quite willing to defeat this motion and to go with alternative one, but and we've been through this before on my favorite bylaw and yours, Mr. Deputy, is, if there's no chance of enforcement and there's no money to enforce it, if we did want to enforce it, money for personnel, for training, for equipment, what have you, then, let's not bother passing an unenforceable bylaw. And the other thing is, and to Jeff and Christina, is that, this is evening and weekend stuff too. So CRO is not a lot, our CROs are fabulous. They're worth their weight in gold, but they're 8 to 4 Monday to Friday. And that's not when the bikes and the cars come out. So we're going to have to get a little creative in scheduling with our traffic folks and CROs and whatever else you can do. But unless we're willing to put some money where our mouths are to some extent on this bylaw, I don't think it's going to be successful. So I'm fine with, defeating this and saying we want to go ahead with the new bylaw, but I would think bringing that new bylaw forward would have cost implications, would have, this sort of thing, rather than delaying it further with a supplemental report. I don't know why that couldn't be part of the bylaw preparation, but CAO, I can go either way on this, but I just don't want another, 2015, we talked about it, 2017, we got a report back, 2023, here we are wondering what to do with it. So what's a quick way of making a right decision on a bylaw, including what it's going to cost to enforce it?
Mr. Mayor, through you to council, in the circumstances, before you defeat this without knowing the cost implications of alternative one, I would suggest the deferral. The bylaw is already drafted. It's a relatively, easy piece from there, but then at least you'll be making an informed decision before you go down a road that you
Although we could bring the bylaw forward, just say we want to bring it forward doesn't mean we're going to pass it. And if with that comes costs and we decide not to pass it, John, I don't think a deferral is needed, really, but.
Well, I think what the CAO is suggesting is that she's very uncomfortable without understanding the financial implications. So this is one relatively easy way to defer it. Alternatively, you could defeat the motion on the floor and move notice of motion of reading the bylaw, and then, we see where we go from there.
And bring forward the cost of implementing it with the bylaw.
True. But at that point, you've kind of gone down a road at which if you change your mind,
we've been going down the road since 2015.
Actually, the motion from staff wouldn't cost anything anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, we've been going, I think like conclusionary zoning, I think we've made it very clear that we want to do this.
Yeah.
And we wanted to do this since 2015. So I would say bring the bylaw forward with cost implications, and we debate it.
We can do it that way.
All right. Councillor Kent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's what I was going with, was what are the options for that kind of push it back for more information. So can I put that deferral on the floor now?
It's always in order.
Okay, I'd like to defer this motion back to staff with a supplementary report on staffing implications, cost implications. I think there was something else that CAO mentioned, might have been, I think, enforceability or something around Motor Vehicle Act.
It was a question of whether we can utilize reinspection as an enforcement provision under the Motor Vehicle Act, requiring reinspection.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cleary, for the second.
Okay,
I don't need to speak any more to that.
Okay, so that motion is on the floor. Is there anything else on that before we vote on it? Councillor Daigle-Gammon?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to stay in step with the conversation here. I thought I heard Councillor Oathead make the recommendation to bring the bylaw forward with cost implications, and then the deferral for a supplementary report now sounds like it's something different. And just maybe if our CAO might want to give a comment on the distinction about either one. And if there was a supplementary report, what is the time frame, and could we put a time frame on when that would come back?
So this could be accomplished either way. We could do a supplementary report that would include the staffing and financial implications, or we could go straight to first reading of a bylaw, bring the notice of motion and bring the financial implications back when we bring the bylaw and address these other questions in that report. In either case, I would suggest that we could come back maybe about 6 weeks from now. I don't think it would take that long for us to do this. The issue is, in either course, if this was a real priority item for council, I'm surprised that it didn't surface during budget and business planning, and our budget was approved 2 weeks ago. So in either event, us rushing to bring forward the report, in all likelihood, there's going to be financial implications that need to be addressed in next year's budget. So we may not be able to do much to really ramp up enforcement until next year.
Just as a follow-up, if I'm allowed, Mr. Mayor?
ahead.
So to the question or the conversation around enforcement, if, as it was said earlier, that the current vehicle noise bylaw, you have the authority to issue a ticket, so why would having an extra tool in the toolbox mean a requirement for more personnel and a higher cost of officers? I'm kind of curious.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I believe the question was about enforcement as a whole. The way what I'm understanding was why the 17 a year and not more a year, and then we got into the discussion over resources. I don't know that changing that the number of resources affects whether the bylaw changes or not.
Thank you for the clarification.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so, I mean, I think Councillor Daigle-Gammon's hitting the nail on the head there. I mean, it's kind of two conversations wrapped up in one here. One being resourcing to enforce what we currently have, which we all know is it's just not adequate, right? Like, where there's just not enough folks there doing that. And understandably, if you're police and you're having trouble just filling your patrol ships and you're down community response officers, vehicle noise, it's going to be down that list. So, I mean, there's a resourcing piece that we're talking about, and then there's also the kind of the conversation around do we need these bylaw changes to help make things more effective? And so the two of them, what I'm hearing from the CEO is she'd like to kind of marry these things up a little bit better to be more effective. And so whether or not we defeat this motion now or pass the bylaw, I mean, I don't think it really matters all that much. But I kind of feel like we should just do the deferral to keep our options open, because even if we turn down this motion right now and gave notice of motion to adopt the bylaw and rush the bylaw out, we don't have any sound devices to record anything or people to measure them yet anyway. So whether we rush this out now or do it in 6 weeks, we got Councillor Russell with his phone there to measure sound. Yeah. Yeah. So, I don't think we lose anything in deferral, and we might get a better product back that tries to put these two pieces into one spot. So I think we should do the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arthur?
Thank you, Mayor, and I guess I can be convinced that the deferral is not a whole lot worse. I am a little bit worried that we're overcomplicating this a little bit. I mean, we have a traffic division right now who has radar and LiDAR and whatnot, and when they pull people over, in addition to checking to see that their insurance is valid and their sticker is valid and their license is valid, and giving them a speeding ticket, I don't understand why, there's 17 officers could have 12 or 17 decibel readers and also look into that when they've got somebody pulled over or pull them over for that reason because they think so. So I agree we have to spend a lot more money and equipment if we want to really start enforcing the 17 up to, whatever year. But I'm not convinced that giving the existing officers, particularly traffic, something else that they can pull somebody over for, or something else they can check when they've pulled somebody over, and a little monitor to read it, means we have to go back to a whole budget. And good Lord, folks, we get things every week. Let's find a few $100,000 to help the Junos come here, or to help the the whatever's come here, and surely we could find a couple $100,000 to get a few monitors out for the measly small team of traffic officers we have. So, let's not overcomplicate this. Let's let the bylaw back here. Let's listen to the people who've been asking for this since 2015. And then if this is a reasonable bylaw, and if they require a few pieces of equipment to monitor it, let's find the money. This is not, it's like inclusionary zoning. It's done elsewhere, folks. We're not reinventing the wheel here.
Okay, so the motion to defer is on the floor. Are we ready for the question on that? Okay, let's go to the question on the motion to defer. Okay, that's passed. All right. 15, colleagues, 15.2.1 has passed on consent. That's the community out of CPED, that's the rehab lands. 15.3.1 is from Environment Sustainability. This is the electric vehicle charging fees coming from Environment. Do we have a presentation on this? We do. Yeah. Shall we hear the presentation on this, colleagues? Okay, I see Kevin Bootlier is with us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Regional Council. Happy to be here today. We'll get the presentation up. My name is Kevin Bootlier. I'm the manager of Community Energy and happy to be presenting alongside Martha Horseman, our environmental professional and the lead for implementing the electric vehicle strategy. So we're more than happy to be here today to present and give sort of an update of where we are with the implementation of the electric vehicle strategy, and then go over the proposed charging fees and the bylaw that is before you here today. So quick reminder, we've seen this wedge diagram many times in the past. However, this is the mitigating actions that we need to implement to achieve our Halifax goals. A reminder of what our Halifax goals are. We're looking at a 75% community emission reduction over 2016 levels by 2030, a net zero community emissions by 2050, and net zero municipal operations by 2030. To achieve this, as you can see in the wedge diagram that lists all the mitigating actions that we need to target, one of those is decarbonizing transportation. Now, while we must encourage our residents and our staff members to utilize active transportation, take the bus, carpool. The reality of our geography means that there will be commuter vehicles still in use. So the ones that are, we need to try and make Halifax an EV-ready city so that folks that are interested in getting an electric vehicle in the future do have the means to do so.
So the municipal electric vehicle strategy was approved by council on November 21st, 2021. And at that same time, 2 recommendations were given for letters to be sent to the province. The first requesting the ability to mandate EV-ready parking stalls in new construction. EV-ready meaning that all of the electrical infrastructure is in place, everything except for the physical charger itself. And a second asking that the province establish a strong electric vehicle mandate that aligns with the goals and targets of Halifax. And the capital projects outlined in this strategy are funded through the climate action tax. So since the strategy was approved, both of those letters have been sent to the province, and we're currently working with legal and planning departments to determine the next steps to mandate EV-ready parking in new construction. We're also working to develop a white paper to help guide developers on the steps to install electric vehicle chargers in new and existing buildings. And we're partnering with the Next Drive program to provide an electric vehicle test drive in each district of the municipality.
So electrifying our municipal light-duty fleet will reduce those related emissions by more than 60%. We currently have approximately 50 either fully electric or hybrid vehicles on order, and we actually just received 3 additional fully electric vans, which we're working to deploy now. We're developing an engagement and education strategy for our fleet users to ensure a smooth transition to electric vehicles, and we have designs underway for the initial fleet charging locations. A multi-year RFP for the supply and install of public charging infrastructure has just recently closed, and our target is to install chargers at approximately, or not approximately, at 18 sites over the next 2 years. These sites will include 175 kilowatt level fast chargers, so those would be used to quickly recharge your car while you're on the go. Most residents would expect to see an approximately 80% charge on one of these in around 20 minutes. And those sites will also include 7.2 kilowatt level 2 chargers. Those would be used for areas where you're staying for multiple hours that provide a slower charge. The goal of this deployment plan is to ease range anxiety and speed the transition to electric vehicles. So you can see here in this map, we have 8 initial sites which have been confirmed for electric vehicle chargers. So those include 40 Alderney Drive, Cole Harbor Place, the Musquodoboit Harbor Library, J.D. Shatford Memorial Library, St. Margaret's Bay Center, the Bedford Park and Ride, the Armdale Rotary, and the Canada Games Center. I will just note that the Bedford Park and Ride is just slated to receive the level 2 chargers, as that's an area where people tend to go, leave their car for multiple hours. It's more suited to the level 2 as opposed to the fast charger. So you can see here on this map as well, the areas in red are the remaining targeted areas for EV chargers. So we're currently working to identify sites in those areas to install chargers. And those targeted areas are determined based on numerous factors, which include the locations of existing charging infrastructure, the average driving distance, population density, the presence of multi-unit buildings, and as well the proximity to highways and popular travel routes, visibility, parking availability at various sites, proximity to amenities, and existing electrical infrastructure.
So when these vehicles or these charging stations are installed, there is going to be operating costs to the municipality. These operating costs will be both fixed and variable. The fixed cost that we've determined will be an annual service fee that is standard for each of the manufacturers to pay for, say, transactions, maintenance, monitoring, or not maintenance, but software maintenance, monitoring, and so forth. General maintenance, which is going to include snow clearing if it's needed in the area, monthly inspections, insurance, and the base Nova Scotia Power fee, depending on where we install. In total, we're looking at about $5,600 per site for these annual fixed operating costs. Variable costs, on the other hand, are much more difficult to predict because they do depend on the overall utilization. One of the semi-easier variable costs is a transaction fee, just like paying with any credit card. There's always a bit taken off the top to the manufacturer. But what is more complex to determine is the electricity costs, and that's because Nova Scotia Power today does not have a tariff specific for electric vehicle charging. We've been in discussion with Nova Scotia Power, and something's coming potentially, but we're moving forward with what we know and have today. So unfortunately, depending on the utilization of these chargers, we will straddle 2 rate codes, rate code 10 and rate code 11. When you get to about 6% utilization, we're predicting that we'll jump up into rate code 11, which means demand charges will now be introduced. So we need to ensure that our fees reflect those potential demand charges. Also, for the purpose of estimating the operating costs, we're using a range, and you'll see in the report, of 0 to 10% utilization. We're using 10% as the upper limit, and that is due to a recent study released by the Renewable Energy Storage Laboratory at Dalhousie, which determined that, hey, If utilization of a fast charger is beyond 10% throughout the course of a year, that means that people are queuing, and something worse than having chargers is having chargers that people can't use. So that's why we're putting the limit of 10% on that, and when we monitor these throughout the year, if 10% utilization or more is being seen, we'll consider adding another charger at that location or a location in close proximity to that. Next slide, please. So Martha gave the brief of what level 2s and level 3s will get you. As Martha said, level 2s is a slower charge. Typically, you're going to be somewhere for a couple of hours, or it's going to be an overnight charge for individuals that live in a MURB and do not have access to home charging. Level 3s, however, you will see with the 175 kilowatt fast chargers, you'll see about an 80% charge for the average electric vehicle in about 20 minutes. In Nova Scotia, level 2s typically will cost you about $1.50 to $2 per hour. The fees that we are proposing is about 3 cents a minute or $1.80 per hour. When we're comparing what we want to charge for level 3s, it is difficult to look across Nova Scotia and see what other people are charging, because a lot of the level 3 chargers here in Nova Scotia are 50 kilowatts, so about a third the size of the ones we're proposing to install. And those ones are about $15 an hour prorated per minute. So without, and if we wanted to reference what people are charging in other provinces, that makes it difficult because they have different utility rates as well. So it's not just a straightforward comparison. So it's quite complex. So based on, the idea of trying to cover our annual operating costs so that the non-participating taxpayer is not subsidizing that, we are proposing the fees here in the presentation. So like I said, 3 cents a minute for level 2s and 75 cents a minute for the fast charger. And if you put that per hour, it is $45 an hour, which on the surface sounds like quite a lot. But I caution and I put it into context, you're only there for about 20 minutes. So we ran a comparison between how much it would cost the average electric vehicle owner to charge at the fast charger and for an internal combustion engine vehicle driver to get the same range. At our stations, it'll be about $15 for that 80% charge, which is about 300 kilometers, let's say. At about $1.70 in gas. I wrote this report a couple of months ago, so whatever it is now, you're looking at about $40 to get that same range. So, so I think the context of how to explain the cost, 75 cents per minute, I think is really, really important. Each of these sites, as Martha noted, the ones that we have planned so far are on municipal properties. We will be installing restricted parking signs that through the Motor Vehicle Act with except while charging. Folks that are parked there that are not actively charging, our bylaw officers will give them a ticket or have them towed. If people are plugged in and they have a full charge, they still have an incentive to move, even if they are actively plugged in, because we are charging per session, not per kilowatt hour dispensed. So it will be an incentive for people to say, get your charge and move along and let some other folks hop on board. So we have the RFP. It's closed for the deployment of the installation, supply and installation of the electric vehicle chargers. We plan to do 8 of those by the end of the summer. We're looking at another 6 by the end of this fiscal, so March 2024. And then based on the usage of those, we're hoping to do the final 4 next summer. So based on when these would be in operation, this is the proposed, and if the fees that we are proposing is adopted by council, we are looking at the following operating costs. So if nobody touches the chargers and they just sit there, then we could expect a $26,000 deficit, which would be absorbed by the PFE budget. If we achieve the 10% that we're looking for, we could see a small surplus of about $20,000. To break even, we're looking at about a 2% utilization rate on average across all the chargers, so possibly some in the downtown might be used a little bit more than some in the rural areas. So on average, that is, we're looking for about a 2%, and that's about less than 2 hours per day, so it is quite achievable. Next slide, please. So with that, the motion is before you on the floor. It's recommended that Halifax Regional Council adopt bylaw U-113, amending bylaw U-100, the user charges bylaw as set out in attachment 1. And Martha and I are more than happy to take any and all questions that you have.
Thank you very much, guys. That's very helpful. Councilor Mancini, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, guys, for the presentation. I never thought I'd be saying I'm excited about EV chargers, but I am excited about EV chargers. I'll put the motion on the floor. It is recommended that Halifax Regional Council adopt bylaw U-113, amending bylaw U-100, the user charges bylaw as set out in attachment 1 to this report. Thank you, Councillor Cuddle. A handful of questions here. First of all, I've got no problem with the pricing. It's comparable to other units, maybe a little bit higher, but I've seen higher in other parts of the province also, so I'm fine with the pricing that we're looking to charge. A few questions here, Kevin. The letters to the province, have we received any response yet? If you could respond, you give me an answer to that. And I'm okay with the locations. There's more to come. I know everybody around the table here is wanting them in an area, of course, so we have to start somewhere, and based on the rationale you're using, I'm okay with those locations. Was there any consideration of free stations? If you could speak to that too. And then could you also speak to the status of the EV chargers for HRM fleet, and have you identified locations for that? I know you said 18 sites, 2 years. If we approve the pricing today, when can we expect that first installation? And I know you mentioned your presentation was in the report, but at each charging station, how many physical chargers are at each station, if you could explain to that. And my final question here is, once approved, once installed, is there plans for a PR campaign? Will we be working with the bids, letting them know, Destination Halifax, and making sure we're getting into all the material so visitors to our great municipality know where the chargers are also. And I know that whatever vendor you're using, their app will identify it also, but any other PR communications. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Fantastic questions. With respect to the pricing, we erred on the side of caution. We reserve the right to come back to council each year after we do, have a full year's worth of data. And if we need to amend the fees and bring them down, then so be it. We're more than happy to do that, providing
or raise them.
Or raise them, exactly, providing the operating costs are covered. With respect to the letters to the province, the letter submitted requesting that the zero emission vehicle target that they have be strengthened. We have not received a response on that to date. With respect to...
Sorry, Kevin, and when did you send those letters? If you don't ask?
It would have been, I'd say November of 2022.
No response?
No response on that one yet, no. With respect to requesting authority to mandate EV-ready parking stalls in new development, we did receive a response from them on that, stating that we do have authority in our land use bylaws currently, so we are working with our legal team to determine how to best implement that. With respect to free stations, quite honestly, it was maybe thought of for a moment. It's just with respect to not subsidizing individuals that potentially don't need to be subsidized, the thought and the look of potentially giving free charging infrastructure was just not something that we're going to propose. We opted for covering the operating costs. Of course, it's well within council's wishes to request amendments to the fees if they do see fit. I'll let Martha talk about the HRM fleet.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, the fleet charters are underway, so we have hired a design consultant to design the charging infrastructure needs for the initial locations. And then once that design is complete, we'll be going to an RFP again for the fleet chargers separately from the public chargers. If it's okay, Kevin, I'll also speak to the question of the number of chargers at each site. So the intention is to kind of have a standard charging package for the public chargers at each of these sites. So that package will include one of the fast chargers and 2 dual level 2 chargers. So in total 4 level 2 chargers. That will vary slightly. There's a few locations, as I mentioned, the Bedford Park and Ride, where it's not super appropriate to place a fast charger in that location, as it is designed for people to stay there for long periods of time. And additionally, there's a couple locations where there's a bit of concern on the number of parking spots that could be removed from the site for dedicated EV charging parking. So in those cases, we may reduce the number of level 2 chargers at that site.
Communications, please.
Yeah, I think there's a couple more points to the counselor, and just to geek out a little bit on the engineering side of things, that package was selected in consultation with Nova Scotia Power because they'll give us 3 free can mount transformers, so that's the largest we can install without HRM having to invest in large-scale transformers. With respect to when the sites should be installed, if the fees are approved, we're in negotiations with a successful bidder now with the RFP. Hopefully we can strike a deal with them shortly, because it is a negotiated RFP, since it is quite a complex procurement. We're hoping to break ground in June and get them installed close to the end of the summer is our hopes. With respect to PR, we are working closely with our comms team and doing a lot of communications with that, and council should see something shortly with respect to the EV test drive promotion that we're putting on. And within that, we will be promoting the test drive locations that happen to be at sites that will have chargers as well, to really get it out there. And finally, we're working with our GIS team to get them on a map that folks can access it. But like you said, people will, plug share, and the apps will be helpful too.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, why don't we take a little break to recharge, and maybe come back at, we'll take 13 minutes, come back at 3:15, and would ask staff to come back. Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, we're back. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Obviously, it is exciting, as Tony said there. It is starting to get exciting, and I certainly support this. My only question or concern is, are we being a little short-sighted in the West Bedford Park and Ride? Because while some people will park and charge there all day, perhaps while they go downtown, but there are others who live in that area. There's the school. It's lots of residential areas in both West Bedford and Hammonds Plains and whatnot who might use this if it was the faster charge. Is there really that big a cost saving in capital-wise between the capital cost-wise between the level 2 and level 3? Because I just sort of don't want us to underbuild, and I don't want us to look at there might be other opportunities for folks other than those parking all day to pull in there and charge quickly.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it's a great question. There's nothing ruling out adding fast charging at the Bedford Park and Ride. When the Bedford Park and Ride was designed, it was before the EV strategy was adopted. So we were like, hey, let's put some underground conduit for level 2s. That is one of the key reasons why there are level 2s going there. There's also, the best practice is about 50 kilometers in between fast charging. Electrify Canada has a fast charging network that they're actually installing at the Bedford Common. So based on proximity, it's, not 50 kilometers, right? And so at this time, that was the justification.
What's the cost difference if I wanted to upgrade that?
So the cost difference, you're looking at about $10,000 per level 2 typically, and upwards of $100,000 for level 3.
Oh, so it is.
So it is significant, yeah.
Well, we'll give it a try and see how it works, I guess, but I was just curious. Okay, thank you very much. I'm not shocked by it.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. It's always good to see presentations twice because, you always a little deeper into the subject matter. I know that you're working on the distribution of the charger sites, and so I think that's great, and there will be one coming out to somewhere along the Prospect Road there. My question today is about the public charging user fees, and I was just noting, I'm wondering if there's a way to have a user fee that helps to contribute to the growth of the network. And I know that you're having a small surplus, but given the cost of the large site transformers, which are very costly, of the fast charging machines, I only see demand for chargers, accelerating. And I'm wondering if you have kind of a growth projection of you see how, what we're looking in the next 5-10 years in terms of increase in electric vehicles, well, I guess locally, but overall, because there will be tourists and people coming from other places with their EVs. If we have if we have any forecast of what we're going to need in 5 to 10 years, and looking at how the use of the chargers can pay for further expanding the network and adding more chargers, because it's a direct benefit to the users themselves, not only to have more charging stations as we get more EVs on the road, but also having a greater distribution of them to get around the municipality and beyond.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So so we had considered higher fees to create a higher surplus that could potentially be put into more charging infrastructure. It's just the worry is that if you go too high, people just won't use them. People will go try and find some of the cheaper ones or rely just solely on home charging, which would then result in sort of less revenue. When the EV strategy itself was passed, the intention was that public charging ultimately should be privately driven. It's a chicken and the egg where we do not have many vehicles in HRM because we don't have a lot of charging infrastructure. So with the EV strategy presented to council in 2021, we said, hey, Montreal investing in public infrastructure, Victoria, Toronto. You know, if we want to move the needle here in Halifax, you know, we need to take leadership and install. So the intention is to do the rollout that we have planned and over the next 2 years and hopefully drive the market and bring the business case to the private developer so that there is a business case for the Costco's, for the Sobeys for them to install charging infrastructure. So with Electrify Canada, they're partnering with Canadian Tire, and Canadian Tire sees that this is a benefit to Canadian Tire to have people say, hey, I need to get some groceries, I guess not groceries, but get some shopping done. They've got they've got chargers there too. I'm going to go spend 20, 30 minutes at the store spending money as well. So with respect to increasing the fees, again, at council's wishes, we certainly can do that. But I would recommend keeping it as it is for now and sticking with our current planned rollout.
Okay, great, but this is something that we can revisit in the future, because I'm imagining if, the Costco's and the Canadian Tires are going to install them, they're going to most likely be also installing them for a profit. But I get your point about needing to reach a certain threshold to kind of, increase the attractiveness of EVs. So that's good. I look forward to seeing some future information on that. I also just want to mention that I think it's great news that we can look at putting something into our land use bylaws so that new construction will have EV chargers built into them. I would think that most developers would be looking at this already because but you're saying yes and no, so I think ensuring that infrastructure there is really important for us. And I also love the ideas of having the chargers in the park and rides, and I think any future park and rides we have should have EV chargers built into them, because that's a great kind of use of where people can park and charge their cars on the low voltage chargers. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In regards to these charging rates and stuff, so these are for the municipal facilities. Now, what about those who have private plugs? Are they doing that on their own business initiative? They're putting that into their own operational costs? I'm just kind of curious that we're charging for our services, but other private operators or restaurants or places that may have them may offer it as an additional service to attract business to their site. So I'm just kind of curious that I don't want to make sure we're not trying to force competition or force them to go to there. I just want to know if the other communities have capacity. If we start charging for it, will that drive them to other places or not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I would say that is, to be determined. We want people to be driven to all different types of chargers. The fact that our fees will break even at about a 2% rate, if people do, go to a different charger, then I think that's a benefit. I would say there's not enough chargers out there right now for that to even be a problem.
Now, with the charger installed on the Eastern Shore, what type of internet capacity do they require?
So we're looking at 3G or 4G is what we're looking at, but we're in negotiation with the manufacturer now to ensure that whatever they need, we will make sure that they have that there.
Would that be wired in fiber optic, or would that be wireless?
It would be wireless.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Challenges there for us for sure. Just kind of curious in regards to the distribution. The Muscatine Harbor Library is on the to-do list for this year. I assume once we get the Sheet Harbor Lifestyle Center up and running, it'll be another location. But in the meantime, another Eastern Shore location like the Mosher River Community Fire Hall or the Balcom Center, which are both municipal facilities with the backup generators. Just want to know if that could be an alternative site until we're waiting for the Sheet Harbor facility to be built. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. If you're looking for additional locations, as Councillor Hensby mentioned, then we certainly have the Sackville Library and Sackville Sports Stadium, both of which I think would be great locations in Weirfield and Springfield Lake and a bunch of other municipal locations. What would it take to get additional charges out there? Is that just waiting for the market to catch up and see where additional capacity is needed? You had mentioned the 10%. And I would think that would factor heavily into that. That's thing one. Thing two, A number of the tables that we're looking at with the power utilization, not power utilization, but the operating cost, that seems to plateau at a certain percentage. I'm looking at table 2, and that plateaus at about 5 to 6%, and then there's a huge jump in the operating cost. Same thing with table 3 at 6%, and table 4 at 6% as well. I'm just wondering if there is some reason behind that that won't influence anything with respect to my opinion on the vote. There was also a discussion earlier about free chargers, and I am not in favor of free chargers. This is something where we should be providing an option. I don't have a problem with that, but I also see that there would be a revenue component for us. There are a number of people now who will be using bidirectional chargers in their home, coupled with a time of day rate such that they will charge their vehicle at a lower time of day rate, and then when it is a higher time of day rate for power, will use the vehicle to power their house. So if we have free charging, then we would be using their, municipal funds to power their house. And have we looked at time of day rate matching what we charge for someone, so that it, well, I think that basically you get the idea of that question. I'll just, there we go. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'll let Martha take the one about alternative sites for charging, but I will take the other two. So the reason why the jump at about 6% is because the annual usage, the annual consumption, puts us into a different rate code, and that's where demand charges are introduced.
Oh, okay.
With NSP, they don't have a, so it really is unfortunate. And that's sort of the same answer for time of day rates as well. We are at the mercy of the rate code based on the annual consumption, and we don't have an ETS. Maybe we should add some ETS, electric thermal storage units on, and then we would get time of day, but that's not, So I'll let Martha take the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So as far as what it will take to see more chargers being installed, I think it really is, as Kevin mentioned, kind of the chicken and the egg scenario. A lot of private businesses are kind of waiting for the business case and the profitability of these chargers to be better, which we're only going to see improving as more electric vehicles come into Nova Scotia. So it's a bit of a waiting game on that, and we will be monitoring our stations as they're installed to see which stations are being used more frequently. And if we do see several stations or a single station that is largely over that 10% gap, then that is an area where we may look to identify a second site for a charger there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just before I go back to Councillor Mancini, thank you for the report. It's good. I was stopped recently by somebody who I think works at the Anglican Diocese and said that they had spoken with folks about using churches for charging infrastructure, and just wondering if you spoke to that, or if you have any thoughts on that.
Yes, so we did speak with the folks at the church. Councillor Mancini actually got them introduced to us. We mapped out the locations of those places of worship, and they are still on our radar. That would require discussion with legal and leasing agreements and things of that nature. So for the initial rollout, we had enough municipally owned sites, and it's just a lot easier for us to plug them in there than to go the other route. So yeah. Indeed.
Yeah. It was kind of cool to hear. It's part of their commitment to the environment. They don't want to make a lot of money on it or anything like that, but they got big, if you're going to, they got big empty parking lots for much of the year. So
exactly.
Much of the week, pardon me. Charge your soul while you charge your car. Councillor Mancini?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two more questions. First one, actually, I think is for Mr. Traves. Kevin alluded to it's with the, the land use bylaw to have EV ready on all new builds. Can you tell us where that might, I don't know if you know offhand, top of your head, John, but where that might be? So I think there's a sense of urgency for this with the construction going on and what's happening with the electric vehicles in the city. So I'm just curious where that might be.
Not off the top of my head. I've seen the draft language. My understanding was it went back to the business unit, but I definitely know it was drafted. So
Okay.
I'm just not sure if it's been finalized and how close we are to bringing it forward.
Okay. And Kevin, I don't know if you can investigate and let us know just where that is. I just think it's important that we have that in front of us as soon as possible. The last question is around education and protocol. You alluded to, the Bedford Park and Ride, and, even if you don't have the fastest charger there, but so how do you deal with, I go to work in the morning, I drop my vehicle off there, I plug in, and I'm gone all day? And so is there, an education, a protocol where I can go up to a car, I can tell if it's fully charged now, but I'm always reluctant to touch someone else's vehicle to unplug it, to plug it into another vehicle. So is there a protocol that exists, and is that something we're going to look at training our residents?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is a fantastic question. There really isn't a protocol. It's sort of, EV etiquette. Right. Right, when you're fully charged, move along, right? We are looking to hopefully prevent this, where if you are plugged in, you will continue to be charged for that fee. But something, we are developing a myth-busting document that we're going to put online that will have, various questions like how fast do vehicles charge and how does it work. So we will look to consider that, and we'll also, once we do determine what the manufacturer is, have an education piece on that to how to actually utilize them, just like there was with the parking meters and so forth. So we'll take that under consideration for sure.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Call for the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Folks, ready for the question on this? That's great. That passes. Thank you, folks, very much for answering every question very well. 15.4.1 coming out of Executive Committee, respecting information management and archives. Deputy Mayor on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oops, sorry. I'll steal that. Sometimes paper's your friend. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt Administrative Order 2022-009 ADM respecting information management and archives, including repealing Administrative Order 2015-001 Gov respecting corporate information management as set out in Appendix A of the staff report dated April 12th, 2023.
Seconded by Councillor Russell and Hensby.
Nothing on it.
Ready for the question on this, colleagues? That motion carries. Thank you very much. Coming from transportation, passed on consent, traffic diversion, short-term, long-term road closures. Two items from Heritage Advisory, 1206 Roby Street and Old Sackville Road, Middle Sackville. They have both passed on consent. We will go to item 16.1 in the name of Councillor Lindell Smith. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I put forward that Halifax Regional Council pass resolution to endorse a member of council to stand for election on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Board of Directors for the period starting May 2023, and that the council assume all costs associated with attending FCM's Board of Directors meetings.
That was seconded by Councillor Cleary. Councillor Cleary. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So this is to appoint a member to FCM's board, as the motion says. I am not reoffering to the board, not because I wouldn't like to, but I will be very occupied in the next coming months, expecting a little boy very soon. So with that, I am looking at my council members to put their name forward to take my place reluctantly, but definitely happy to support members of council. So I did get confirmation from Councillor Lovelace, who who's not here at the moment, who asked for me to put her name forward. And then we also have Councillor Cutter, who's going to put her, or somebody might put the name forward. So we'll probably have to go to a ballot. And the ask was, could we defer this until Councillor Lovelace was here so we could do this that way? The issue is the AGM is on the 25th of May, and our next council meeting is on the 23rd, and we are supposed to have this in on the 16th at the latest. And I asked if we could, I asked FCM folks if we could wait a little longer to submit it, and they are hoping that we could get it in as soon as possible. So I would ask today that we vote for whoever's interested. So first I'll nominate Councillor Lovelace.
Okay, so just so this is the process, right, Mr. Clerk? We will accept and look for nominations, and then we will have a private ballot. We'll bring in all the mechanisms we need for a private vote, which is paper in a box. So Councillor Smith has nominated Councillor Lovelace. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Councillor Outfit. Are there any other nominations? Councillor Morse?
Yes, I would like to nominate Councillor Cuttle for the position.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations? Okay, each candidate will have up to 45 minutes to present their case. Introduce yourself, tell us about what interests you. No, we're going to go to a vote then. So everybody gets one piece of paper. If you're given two by mistake, give one back. This is not Andy Ganesh. Thank you very much. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Just for equity in the process, Councillor Smith did put out an email, and I know Councillor Lovelace did come back with a kind of a synopsis of why she would be interested. I think in fairness, it would be nice to give Councillor Cuttle.
I think she sent an email as well that was sort of the same.
You did? Okay, sorry, I missed it. Super, thank you. We're good.
All the votes are in, so our lawyer now will take this to the returning office in Burnside, where he will count them. Okay, I need total silence for this because John has to concentrate. He's not that great at the thing, so please. Shh. All right, Mr. Traves, can you announce the person who will represent FCM?
Councillor Cuttle.
Councillor Cuttle, congratulations. You'll be the representative from FCM. I just want to say I've served on the board for the last few years and on the executive, and I know the respect with which Councillor Smith has held and has been held and will continue to be held. And I know that everybody at FCM would be very appreciative, Lindell, of the great work that you've done on behalf of FCM. So thank you very much for really good service and for representing us all exceptionally well. So that's... And I'm on the board of FCM and on the executive of FCM by virtue of being chair of the Big City Mayors. That comes up in May at the annual meeting. And I don't know yet whether there'll be a change in that regard, but I'm not having a baby that I'm aware of as of yet, unless Darlene's waiting for me at home with good news. So I fully expect to know more at the AGM. And I do want to thank everybody who's going to come to FCM. I'm glad there are people coming. I know you'll have fun. Congratulations, Councillor Cuttle. Okay, colleagues, we will move. There's no other added items. So we have a number of in-camera items that perhaps some of them we may not need to deal with in camera. 17 point, is anybody got an interest in 17.1 without going in camera? Councillor Daigle. Just a sec. Mr. Clark?
Sorry, Mayor Savage, there is the added item ratification from committee of the whole from this morning that we will have as well.
Yeah, okay, let's do that first. So do we have that? Okay. So Councillor Kent, we'll just get the correct wording. This is the ratification of this morning's police transformation study.
Thank you. I'll move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, refer the policing model transformation study to the Board of Police Commissioners for their review. Number 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to meet with the Board of Police Commissioners, report to Council on the results of the review by the Board of the study. Number 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to meet with representatives of the province of Nova Scotia, request HRN to be a participant in the multi-sectoral council being developed by the province. Number 4, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to report back to Council in 18 months regarding the viability of achieving an integrated policing model with recommendations for next steps. So moved.
Second, Councillor Mancini. Ready for the question, colleagues? That motion is carried. Item 17.1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated April 25th, 2023, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated April 25th, 2023 be maintained private and confidential.
Second, Councillor Russell. Ready for the question, colleagues? That motion is carried. Other in-camera items 17.2, if anybody has any thoughts on that, or if you'd like to go in camera. Councillor Hensby.
That Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations outlined in the private and confidential report dated April 25th, 2023, and 2, direct the private and confidential report dated April 25th, 2023 be maintained private and confidential.
Second, Councillor Cleary. Ready for the question, colleagues? That motion's carried. Thank you. Are there any other in-camera items that anybody wants to consider without going in camera? If there is not, does somebody want to move that we go in Councillor Cleary?
I'll test colleagues on 17.3. Where's it? I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated April 25th, 2023, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated April 5th, 2023 be maintained private and confidential.
Second, Councillor Hensby. So there's nobody that wants to go in camera on this, then we'll go to the question. I'm going to go to notices of motion, colleagues, before we go in camera, just so you know, if you have any to get ready. That is carried. Nothing else that people want to discuss before we go in? I will call Councillor Clary? Councillor Clary.
Did you say you're doing notices of motion now?
Yeah, I'll do, was nothing else before? Okay. Councillor Russell?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll try 17.4 and see how that goes. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations.
Okay, no, there are people that want to go
Okay.
in camera on that one.
Super.
So I will go to notices of motion, and Councillor Cleary, did you have one?
Just, I need a second to bring it up.
Okay, I'll just wait a second here. Anybody else notice of motion? Councillor Cuttle?
Thank you. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments to Administrative Order 2018-003-ADM respecting private road maintenance, the purpose of which is to approve area rates and uniform charges for fiscal year 2023-24, including community area rates, private road area rates, and business improvement districts.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please take note that at the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council, May 23rd, 2023, I will move the following. That in accordance with Section 7 of Administrative Order 53, the Municipal Alcohol Policy, Halifax Regional Council grant permission to the RMV Restaurant and Lounge to serve alcohol in a specifically defined section of the municipally owned Rotary Park during park hours, and that the serving of alcohol in this park shall be governed by a market value license agreement.
Any other notices of motion? If not, then colleagues, does somebody want to move we go in camera? Councillor Outfit, seconded by Councillor Blackburn. All in favor? We'll just move in camera. We're good? Okay, colleagues, we are back in business here in public, and we're going to ratify some of the work that we did in camera. I believe 17.2 and 3 we dealt with before we went in camera. 17.4, Councillor Mason, was it?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated April 28th, 2023 as amended, and 2, direct the private and confidential report dated April 28th, 2023 be maintained private and confidential. I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
That's done. Our last item is deferred to the next meeting. We are back at 6 o'clock here. Hopefully you're all here for the citizenship ceremonies, which are amazing. And our next meeting is at, not 2 weeks, 3 weeks, the 23rd of May. All right. See you tonight. Thank you.
Okay, we seem to have a camera again, so we'll call the meeting back to order here. And no, you don't need, if you're following along at home, you don't have to adjust your set. This does look a little different than normal because tonight we are celebrating a bunch of our very remarkable young people in our municipality with our citizenship awards. So on behalf of the Halifax Regional Municipality, Mayor Mike Savage, and all my colleagues on Regional Council, it gives me great pleasure to welcome everyone to City Hall for the Citizenship Awards. I know we can all agree that our future is bright with young folks such as these. Each of our young people here has been selected by their schools because they excel in volunteering, academic life, sports, you name it. So it's quite a remarkable collection of people here that are certainly inspiring. I hope everyone remembers that because, you know, it is pretty remarkable to be chosen by your school. You should be very proud of your achievements. We are certainly very proud of all of you. Congratulations to all 33 and all the family and teachers who are here who support you and make all this possible. So congratulations. Maybe we can give everyone a collective round of applause. All right, so some logistics. I gather I'm going to call the names, and then when your name is called, you'll go up front there with Mayor Savage and your district, the counselor for your district. Just a note for all my colleagues, these are arranged by the districts that the schools are in. There are some folks who live in another district, one of our council districts than the school. If you see someone up there that you know is your resident that's up for an award in someone else's district, feel free to go up with that counselor as well. So that's how we're going to proceed. So I'm going to go ahead and call out the name for our very first recipient, and we're going to start, of course, with District 1. So this would be Councillor Kathy Daigle-Gammon. And the first recipient is Dallas Francis from Lockview High School. All right, next up, we have Lauren Smith from Musquodoboit Rural High School.
All right, hold on.
Next is Ava McDonald from Marine Drive Academy.
Okay, unofficial picture.
Next is Mateo Abu McIntosh.
I'm almost behind you.
And Mateo is from Oyster Pond Academy. Next up, Ariana Vickers from Eric Graves Memorial Junior High School. Next is Emily Singleton from Astral Drive Junior High.
Warm her up for me. All right, Astral Drive. There you go. Nice smile, that's it. Thank you. So we'll get these pictures.
Next is Carmaya Colley from Sir Robert Borden Junior High.
Here we go, right at me. And we're gonna do one more. Nice smile. Turn this way.
Way to go, Carmaya.
All right, Deputy Mayor Austin is going up for District Number 5, so I'm going to call Manuela Romer, who is from Bicentennial High School.
Good stuff. And I want to ask you to smile. You're doing it already. Right over here. Over there. Good. Well done. Thank you.
Next from District 5, we have Isabel Kahn from Dartmouth High School.
There you go. Perfect. And one more, please. The fourth one behind you. Should we do it? Right there. Well done.
All right, we've switched back, so the next one would be Alice Klenovic from Caledonia Junior High.
Just because I know her mom.
One more, please. Perfect. And pictures here? Good? All right. Well done. Good job. Good job.
Okay, next would be Ariane Arasobiza from Ecole Secondary Mosaic.
Congratulations again.
Okay. You're good? Okay, here we go, right here. And then one more, nice smile. Thank you. Next, we have Madeline Fillmore from Ellenvale Junior High. There you go, that's it. Okay, ready to read? Okay, and one more. Thank you. Next is Davian Banek from John Martin Junior High. Next is Alice Robatham from Ombre Academy.
Beautiful kilt. Thank you.
Got it? Yeah. Oh, you got it. Okay, here we go. That's it, and then one more. Thank you. Next is Livia Driver from Barat Academy, Sacred Heart. I'm going to do my best here. Let me, here you go. Great as me. Good smile. One more. Thank you. Well done. Next is Lucas Vandersteen from Fountain Academy, Sacred Heart. Yeah, we did. All set? Okay, I'm going to give it a try. There we go. Right there. Nice smile. Thank you. Awesome, buddy. Well done. Next is Elliot Thompson from Gorsebrook Junior High. There we go. Here, smile. Oh, yeah, that's it. And one more. Thank you. Well done.
this during a council meeting.
Just waiting on the broadcast to come back. There we are. We're back with our second group of amazing young people from across the municipality. So for those who weren't here with the first group, I'm going to call the names and then they'll come up to receive their award. So our next one from District 8 would be Samira Alman from the Maritime Muslim Academy.
Perfect, right at me. That's it. One more. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, our next recipient will be Maria Jane Gertzma from the Halifax Christian Academy.
That's it. Good smile. That's it. Perfect. Thank you. There we go. There you go. Thank you.
Next up, Sobe Ogundel from Island View High School.
Okay, there you go.
Better looking one.
Yep. That's it, and we'll do one more right here. I know there's a lot of people behind you. There we go.
These folks go to St. Luke's Church. I happen to know that for a fact. Come on in.
That's good. Coming together. Nice smile. Cheese. That's it. One more smile. Here you go.
Hold on, hold on. So one more. Oh! That's reverse.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Next up, we have Madeline Campbell from St. Agnes Junior High.
Okay, I guess right here. And we'll do another one right here. I'm sure there's people behind me. There we go.
You've done a group shot there, Maria.
I'm ready for this one. Okay, right there. And another one. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Siva Kami Baraniba. Sorry, let me try that one again. Baranibaran. Awesome, thank you. From Clayton Park Junior High.
Okay, that's it. See, one more smile. Here we go. We're gonna make it a little brighter. And there's a whole bunch of people dying for.
Join in, guys. She's not taking a picture. She's watching her phone.
That's it right here. Good. That's it, and one more. There.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Chanel Rodriguez Cooper from Fairview Junior High. Next is Lauren Heinstein from Brookside Junior High School.
Okay, here we go. Great for me. We're gonna do another one. Good smile.
Come on in, one more.
Oh, here we go. All right, all set? There we go, ready to meet. That's it, one more. Good blink. There you go.
Next, we have Ella Dunn-Tobin from J.L. Ilsley High School.
Here with us? Ella right here. Smile. Do another one. See? Oh, you look smart. Right over. Okay, ready to meet? And then one more. Thank you.
Next up, Jaden Tran from Park West School.
Okay, that's good, Jaden. Ready to meet? There you go, that's it. Do one more thing. Thank you. That's a professional guy. You guys want to come in the picture? Good. Everyone all cozy? Here we go. Here's me. And one more. Here we go. Thank you.
Next, we have Adley Bailey Abidi.
Okay, that's it. 3D. See, and do another one. Looks great. Bite in. One, guys. That's that easy. Right at me, that's it. And then one more. Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Next, Lily Hopper from Five Bridges Junior High.
Councilor Cardinal. Okay, perfect. Right at me. See, gonna do another one. You ready? And plate them over. Come on in. Oh, is that it? Okay. Here, and right at me. Thank you.
Next, we have Laurel Davies from Madeline Simmons Middle School.
Okay, good smile. Check it. Okay, even a better smile. There you go. Right over here. Well done.
Next, we have Charlie Sampson from École Secondaire du Saumont.
Here you go. Is it me? One more here. Thank you. Somebody else? Oh, here you go.
There we are.
Picture right here.
Know this lady? Okay. Hi, Bob. Bonjour.
Bonjour. You guys are twins? Thank you. All right, here you go. Right at me. And one more. You gotta smile up. That's it.
There we go. Smile that little bit,
Next, we have Hania Ali from Rocky Lake Junior High School.
Okay, I'm gonna get a picture, and then there's someone behind me, all excited. There we go. Here's me, nice smile. Come on up. Let me get a picture. There we go. There you go next to you. Thank you. Okay, there you go. That's it. Nice picture. Ready to meet? One more picture. And one more picture.
The vice principal.
There we go.
One for Dad, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah McLean from Ross Road School.
Sarah, you all set? There we go. Let me do one more. Good smile. That's it. And I'm sure there's people. Any family want to jump in? No? Okay.
And our last, but certainly not least, we have Carter Noseworthy from Sandy Lake Academy.
They're filming you over there. Here we go. Here's me. And one more. Okay. You know these two? Yeah, he wants to get a close. Close up. That's social media picture. There you go. There, that's what I'm thinking. Nice around. There we go. Good. Coming together. Only take photos if you smile. That's it. Good. One more. Perfect.
So that concludes our list for the night. So again, I'd like to express congratulations to everybody, all the remarkable young people, and of course all the parents, friends, family, and teachers that have helped shape them into the wonderful human beings that they are today. So thank you, everybody, and have a good night. Motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.